DJ Shallow.
Dalla kigen no kuti Asabicho
Usilande, usilande,
everyone. Good morning, delegates. I hope you all had a good night of rest. I think I can speak on behalf of all delegations that we want to thank South Africa for the hospitality and for the excursion yesterday. It was a really good one, and I think by the end of the excursion, specifically in the Table Mountain, we got really good weather, so it was really nice to take a look from above of the city. Thanks so much, South Africa. So in this session, we are going to talk about enhancing inclusive participation of different stakeholders to prevent and combat corruption. We will begin our session introducing the speakers who will take the floor about this topic. So as you all know, in the fight against corruption, the involvement of all sectors of society is crucial. This session will explore how to increase inclusive participation from different stakeholders, governments, civil society, the private sector, and individuals, so that we can build more effective, comprehensive anti-corruption strategies. I will now invite first to take the floor Professor Firoz Kashalia from the South African National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. Professor Firoz.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I just sent my presentation through to your staff. I don't know if it's been flighted. Should I just proceed?
I think it's coming up, right?
Should I just proceed? Okay, apparently there's some technical problems, so I'll just proceed with the presentation. South Africa is engaged in a long-term project of anti-corruption reform following the revelations of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry, the so-called Zondo Commission into state capture. In 2022, the Cabinet adopted what it called an all-government, all-of-society policy perspective. This perspective involves reform of the criminal justice system, the administrative state, for instance, through an emphasis on professionalization, as well as democratic institutions, for instance, that attention is being paid to transparent party political funding. The President appointed the National Council, Anti-Corruption Council, which I chair, in 2022, following an extensive and consultative process involving civil society and other stakeholders to advise him on the implementation of this comprehensive policy approach, as well as the implementation of the Zondo Commission recommendations. Our Constitutional Court has also been active. It issued 3 very important judgments establishing certain constitutional mandates for any anti-corruption agency. The legislature has also been active in enacting legislation to strengthen the investigation and prosecution of criminal corruption. Whistleblower protection legislation is envisaged by the end of the year, according to the President's recent presentation to Parliament. And the report of the Council, our midterm report, containing our own recommendations for the establishment of what we're calling the Office of Public Integrity, is now being considered in the executive branch of government. The dominant way of thinking about the remedies, well, the remedies for corruption depends on how corruption is conceptualized and defined. The dominant way is that corruption involves individual criminal acts for which the proper remedy is criminal law enforcement. The Council shares the view in South Africa today, with a widespread view, that the efficacy of criminal investigation and prosecution must remain an important pillar of any anti-corruption reform project. But such institutions necessarily exclude public participation. So if we're thinking about the design of anti-corruption institutions to facilitate public participation, and we're recognizing that corruption may be an individual phenomenon, but also has systemic characteristics, then we have to rethink the design of anti-corruption institutions. If we recognize that corruption can be systemic, then criminal law enforcement, while important, is insufficient. Systemic corruption affects the functioning of administrative institutions as well as the elected branches of government. The envisaged OPI proposed by the National Council focuses therefore on prevention and dismantling of what we're calling systemic corruption, because we've come to the conclusion that that's where the gap is in our existing institutional architecture. The OPI will locate itself in a strategic niche in the existing law enforcement architecture to investigate systemic corruption. Systemic corruption does not always involve individual criminal acts and is not necessarily punishable through the criminal law. It enables corrupt actions, it is usually unethical, and often involves hidden networks of public and private actors that distort and capture institutions and democratic processes to facilitate the misuse of public authority for their own personal and political advantage. These networks are governed by unwritten rules, are held in place by rewards, including promotion. Systemic corruption has also eroded the value systems of democratic institutions, turning their purposes from Ubuntu, what we call in South Africa Ubuntu, to personal gain. Combating systemic corruption requires an all-of-government and all-of-society approach. A single agency, we have concluded, focused exclusively on criminal law enforcement is not sufficient. So I'm going to take you very briefly through some of the key recommendations of the National Council and the key characteristics of the OPI with these questions under consideration today in mind. So it's by no means a comprehensive presentation of its roles, powers, and functions. The OPI should have the power we've recommended to conduct investigations into systemic corruption, authorized by a presidential proclamation, which is currently the case, or without such a proclamation where the governing statute authorizes an independent investigation. Now, when it conducts a systemic investigation, It's our, what we envisage is that it will work together, considering the all-government approach with other complementary agencies like the Auditor General, the Public Protector, the tax authorities, even the Reserve Bank. The investigators employed by the OPI we've recommended should be granted powers necessary for this purpose, including search and seizure powers to properly and fully investigate systemic corruption and to make binding recommendations. But we have also recommended that this new body should not have policing powers, for instance, the power to arrest. I'm aware in making these remarks that there are many heads of agencies here today. This power will be, in our recommendation, retained by the South African Police Service. It is envisaged that these powers to investigate systemic corruption will be exercised in collaboration with other bodies like the AG, SARS, Public Protector, and the Public Service Commission where necessary. The OPI should be granted, we've recommended additional powers to convene public hearings. It stands to reason that the ordinary law enforcement agencies are not set up with such powers. Powers to convene public hearings into instances of systemic corruption, to compel the attendance of witnesses at those hearings, and to require the production of documents and other physical and digital evidence in conjunction with those hearings. So it will have powers to involve the public in public inquiries. The statute, the governing statute of the new body, must give the OPI the mandate to drive the long-term rollout of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, advise the government on policy measures, because again, there is no institution in our current infrastructural mix that has the policy, the mandate to advise on policy, monitor its implementation, propose changes, and so forth. To educate and mobilize the public, or power explicitly allocated to this body, to gather and analyze data relevant to corruption and anti-corruption, and to monitor and evaluate the impact of measures designed to prevent corruption, including the receipt and analysis of materials classified as restricted or confidential or secret. Measures to facilitate public participation in the fight against corruption follow from this all-of-society approach. And currently, in the South African system, the SIU, headed by Andy Mutibi, is already developing what it calls a sectoral approach, developing the experience as a body fighting corruption to the experience, the skills, the competence to involve to engage the public in the fight against corruption. And here too, collaboration with other government departments will be essential. For instance, the Department of Education. So if we implement this approach, you'll see a fundamental paradigm shift in the way the South African authorities are approaching the fight against corruption. The OPI also has to meet the established rigorous standards for independence of an anti-corruption institution in terms of what are called the STIRS criteria. That is to say, it has to be specialized, trained, independent, and resourced with security of tenure, and specifically insulated from improper political interference through appointments and budget allocations, and the security of tenure of its staff and head. And those are recommendations that follow from our experience with state capture. And these guardrails are now entrenched in our Constitution following the court decisions that I mentioned as constitutional mandates. We've also recommended that the appointment of the head of the OPI as the accounting officer must meet certain statutory criteria of eligibility and with respect to qualifications. I'm coming to a close. The NACAC recommends that South Africa retain our existing multi-institutional architecture in the fight against corruption, rather than consolidating all the work and powers into a single commission or other institution, which until recently was the dominant framing of what was necessary to fight corruption. Our recommendation follows from the all-of-government approach, having focused on prevention, that is to say, in our midterm report, that is these proactive measures to investigate and dismantle what we're calling systemic corruption. The Council is now turning its attention in collaboration with the Department of Justice to consider the measures that are necessary to strengthen the institutions of criminal law enforcement, which in a sense takes place after the fact. So we are not saying that the traditional criminal law enforcement approach is unnecessary, it's essential, but you have to deal both with prevention and with enforcement. Finally, the Council has recommended the strengthening the efficiency and effectiveness. So we've started the second phase of our work of the MPA's coordination and collaboration role in a multi-agency anti-corruption framework. We have also recommended that the NPA should retain its monopoly of prosecutorial authority, because other proposals have suggested that what South Africa needs is a single agency that will have combined powers of investigation and prosecution. We've recommended that the head of the National Prosecuting Authority should be the accounting officer of the MPA in order to strengthen the MPA, not the DG of the Department of Justice. And in summary, we have recommended breaking from the single agency approach to set up a body that's designed to have comprehensive anti-corruption functions, including policy, advice, monitoring and evaluation, the facilitation of public involvement, collaboration with all government departments that have a role, and so forth. And for that, you need an institution that has a very that has the design that can facilitate the implementation of an all-of-government, all-of-society approach. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Fears, for your overview of the South African approach to anti-corruption. It was quite interesting. And now I will invite to take the floor Mr. Puneet Meena. He's the Deputy Secretary of the Central Vigilance Commission of India.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll be speaking on the topic of increasing public participation and awareness in anti-corruption initiatives. Central Vigilance Commission is the apex integrity institution in India, established as a statutory body to promote integrity, accountability, and transparency in public administration. To start with, multi-stakeholder approach to combat corruption, it builds on a premise that we need to make people aware about the harmful effects of corruption on governance, the economy, and the society at large. And hence, there is an emergent need to design and implement inclusive programs that encourage citizen participation in anti-corruption initiatives, so that they are aware of what, who, and where to question and raise the relevant complaints. There have been earlier declarations who have highlighted the importance of multi-stakeholder approach in combating corruption. One was in 2022 in Bali, and then followed by India's presidency declaration as well. So hence, in those lines, there is one such initiative which I would be talking about is Vigilance Awareness Week initiative in India. Vigilance Awareness Week was started in the year 2000. It was decided to observe VAW every year to raise public awareness, instill the sense of commitment, and galvanize collective responsibility in people. The first VAW was observed in November the year 2000. Since then, VAW has been observed annually, typically during the last week of October and the first week of November, coinciding with the birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. He is India's first Deputy Prime Minister and often hailed as paragon of integrity in India. VAW has now evolved over the time, and while it was initially observed as a week-long event, the activities and awareness campaigns now extend over a longer period, often spanning over a few months. The extension allows for a more comprehensive engagement with various stakeholders, ensures that the message of vigilance and integrity reaches a wider audience. Currently, while the VAW officially is still a week-long program, activities related to vigilance and anti-corruption are seen to be taken over for 3 months. So VAW now has evolved into a collaborative and multi-stakeholder initiative, engaging institutions, communities, and individuals to promote integrity and ethical awareness through diverse programs like Integrity Pledge Ceremony, which is taken every year around 11 a.m. on the first day of VAW. This idea helps and reminds and reinforces the commitment to integrity and ethical working in public administration and in society as large. VAW sees involvement of highest level of political leadership as well, which adds to its visibility. And in year 2024, Honorable President of India addressed the nation, emphasizing government's commitment to fighting corruption. During the week and during the campaign, many public outreach events are undertaken by the organizations. There are awareness jingles which are being played on public platforms like during railway stations, on radios as well. There are many organizations who change their caller tunes as well to include vigilance awareness jingles during the period of observance of VAW. National level competitions on essay writing, debates, and quizzes are organized to educate and engage students. It is importantly understood that rural areas have to be incorporated and the campaign has to become inclusive. In this regard, there are awareness Gram Sabhas which are organized to dissemination of information regarding the menace of corruption and how the measures which we can take to curb the same. Gram Sabhas are key institutions of local governance in India. Universities are also encouraged to involve students and engage them on interactive campaigns like street plays on everything. This holistic approach has ensured that there's a widespread participation in the VAWCs and reinforces the culture of integrity and collective responsibility. VAW has, over the year, now been a very powerful campaign. It reaches millions of citizens across India every year. The reach has significant contribution to the network of chief vigilance officers. The CVOs are head of vigilance units. They advise the chief executive and ensure preventive and punitive measures, vigilance measures in the organization. Central the agency CVC issues circular and guidelines to all CVOs and organization regularly, and for VAW in particular, a circular issued to them in months in advance, which outlines the activities and the themes for VAW they have to take for the year. To give a number, there are about 1,000 CVOs in government establishments across India, in numerous ministries, department, public sector undertakings. This has helped VAW reach a larger audience through the network of NGOs and civil societies as well. And as CVOs organize these events at local level, there's this in situ approach which helps them the message of vigilance, which is transformed as relevant and impactful to the people and the place and the organization there. To highlight the impact of reach of VAW over the years, this year itself, the pledge was taken by 3.5 million citizens from 250 organizations. In last year, we had a quiz on the national portal, and it saw a participation of 33,000 odd individuals as well. This shows that the campaign has been an engaging approach in it. VAW also provides an opportunity to organizations to learn and relearn and make nuances in their relevant policies. And there are multiple publications which are issued during the week. In 2024, we issued best practices on preventive vigilance. We saw input coming from 200 organizations. And another booklet on public procurement was also issued, showcasing the case studies so that people and other organizations can replicate in their departments. Community outreach program has been very successful in engaging rural areas. More than 17,000 meetings were held with Gram Sabhas, and which saw collective participation of 500,000 citizens across 2,700 Gram Sabhas. This demonstrates a widespread public interest and involvement in VAW. for youth participants, it's heartening to see that this year we saw about 200,000 students from about 33 schools and about 130,000 students coming from about 2,000 colleges participated in activities like skits, street plays, walkathon, and video reel making as well. In 2024, during the 3-month VAW campaign period, we saw feedback reports received from over 400 organizations, and they have mentioned that about 1 million officials were underwent trainings. There were about 20% of them were fresh recruits. So as such, a cumulative effect of this annual observance and all these activities have contributed to a long-term shift, cultural shift towards greater integrity and transparency. Hence, to sum it up, increasing public participation and awareness in anti-corruption initiative is an essential tool for sustainable and transparent governance. India's VAW initiative provides a successful model that can be adapted and scaled globally under the G20 network. The theme for this year's VAW was Culture for Integrity for Nation's Prosperity, and it is hoped that by fostering a culture of integrity and encouraging citizens worldwide, the global community can work as one to fight the corruption. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mina, for this interesting experience from India. I will now call to take the floor Mr. Chin King Chong. He will be speaking in behalf of the International Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities. Mr. Chin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates. Good morning. On behalf of the International Association of the Anti-Corruption Authorities, AICA, I would like to express my congratulations to the G20 presidency of South Africa and heartfelt thanks for inviting AICA to participate in this first technical meeting of the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group. I'm honored to be here to connect with fellow advocates in the fight against corruption. Before sharing AICA's experience in engaging members to prevent and combat corruption, please allow me to briefly introduce our organization. Established in 2006, AICA is an independent and non-political anti-corruption organization with the missions to promote the effective implementation of the UNCAC and to support anti-corruption agencies worldwide in the fight against corruption. Since early 2022, AICA's membership has grown from 122 to 180, with many coming from G20 members. Our members are from a wide range of sectors, including law enforcement, corruption prevention, prosecutions, audit, other specialized agencies from around the world. AICA works with 3 strategies to multiply the worldwide efforts against corruption. The first strategy is to enhance experience sharing among anti-corruption authorities and practitioners. We host conferences, seminars, training events for graft fighters to exchange knowledge, tackle challenges, and explore new ways in the battle against corruption. The second one is to forge closer partnerships with international organizations like UNODC. We organize joint projects with other partners to address global and regional concerns and emerging trends in anti-corruption work. We also strengthen our online platforms to connect stakeholders worldwide. These platforms are becoming an online community where anti-corruption practitioners can interact with each other anytime, anywhere. This strategy serves as the foundation of the establishment of AICA as a significant player in the global fight against corruption and contributing to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal to substantially reduce corruption and bribery in all forms by 2030. Now, I'd like to share 2 examples illustrating how AICA engage different stakeholders to prevent and combat corruption. The first example is the 8th ICAC Symposium Cum 11th AICA Annual Conference, jointly organized by AICA and the ICAC of Hong Kong, China. Held in May 2024, the conference attracted over 500 representatives from around 180 anti-corruption and law enforcement agencies around really 60 jurisdictions. The event features insightful discussion led by more than 30 prominent speakers, including senior representatives from AICA member authorities, who share their valuable insight on global challenges and strategies in combating corruption. A highlight of the conference was the adoption of the Hong Kong Declaration on Strengthening International Cooperation. The declaration underscored AICA's dedication to promoting the effective implementation of UNCTAD and reaffirming AICA's commitment to global cooperation in the fight against corruption. The second example is the policy guide on meaningful youth engagement. Empowering the youth to combat corruption is fundamental for cultivating ethical leadership. In December 2023, AICA, in partnership with the ICAC of Hong Kong, China, and the UNODC, developed a policy guide on youth engagement in anti-corruption work. This initiative marked an important step towards integrating youth into our anti-corruption efforts. Following the launch, a series of activities were organized to maximize the reach and impact of the policy guide, promoting a culture of integrity and accountability among the young generation. For example, with the support by the Global Resource for Anti-Corruption Education and Youth Empowerment GRACE initiative of the UNODC, we organized a webinar for over 400 anti-corruption advocates and youth integrity promotion practitioners from 70 organizations worldwide. Speakers from the UNODC, as well as our members from the National Transparency Authority of Greece, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of Kenya, and the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission shared their valuable insights on the importance of educating, empowering, and connecting youth in the fight against corruption. Moreover, we also share our joint efforts to foster meaningful youth engagement in anti-corruption initiatives at the BRICS Anti-Corruption Working Group in collaboration with the UNODC. AICA remains committed to working with international organizations and anti-corruption agencies worldwide, fostering knowledge sharing on meaningful youth engagement and other topics on the fight against or prevention of corruption. AICA is dedicated to working with global anti-corruption groups to fight corruption together. In particular, we have forged a new partnership with the Globee Network as it became an observer to the Globee Network in September 2024. This marks a milestone of closer partnership between AICA and Globee Network as we share the common goals in providing support to anti-corruption authority globally. AICA will continue to expand this network, connect with stakeholders around the world, and seek collaborations with international and regional partners. In our anti-corruption efforts, AICA is focused on effective strategy to engage stakeholders. These strategies include establishing online, open lines of communication through regular dialogue to foster collaboration, working together on joint initiatives that drive our mission forward, and creating shared platforms where stakeholders can connect and collaborate. To implement this strategy, we utilize various tools that support our engagement efforts, such as our website, e-news, e-newsletters, and Facebook page. Additionally, we encourage thematic sharing from anti-corruption authorities, research institutions, and other organizations. This sharing enriches our community by providing insights on best practices, innovative initiatives, and research findings in the anti-corruption field. To further facilitate this exchange of knowledge, we are developing an online depository. This resource will allow AICA members to access and share important initiatives easily, enabling interaction anytime and anywhere. Corruption is a global challenge that knows no borders. International cooperation is hence of paramount importance in the fight against graft. In this regard, I hope all of you can join us in combating corruption through the AICA platform. For those agencies not yet part of AICA, I encourage you to become members and leverage this international platform to its fullest potential. To our existing members, I appeal for your continued support, active participation, and valuable contribution to AICA's mission. As we work towards a corruption-free world, AICA is ready to partner with each of you. On that note, I extend my best wishes for the successful conclusion of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chin, and let me congratulate you for the work that AICA has been doing. On behalf of Brazil, I can say that we are looking forward to partner and work closely with AICA as well. So now I will give the floor to Mr. Karan Singh. He is the Executive Director at Corruption Watch. Mr. Karan.
Good morning, colleagues. Let me first also extend my congratulations to the organizers of this meeting and my deep gratitude and thanks for including us in the program. On the topic of inclusive participation of different stakeholders to prevent and combat corruption. It's clear we have an increasing problem of endemic or systemic corruption globally, regionally, and certainly in South Africa. If the problem of corruption is systemic, then it follows that we need a systemic response in the fight against corruption which is commensurate. This finds expression in South Africa's national anti-corruption strategy, which speaks to an all-of-society approach in the fight against corruption, inclusive of civil society, academia, and the private sector. Colonialism and apartheid were also systemic and intractable problems. Inequality is a systemic and intractable problem. The anti-corruption vision in South Africa, and as expressed here at the G20, is grounded in principles aligned to notions of human rights, solidarity, equality, and sustainability. We've yet to defeat inequality, but perhaps we're making some progress in the fight against corruption. In terms of my personal journey as a middle-aged person, it's been a great privilege and honor to have dedicated my life's work to the pursuit of human rights, justice, equality, and anti-corruption. I first arrived in Cape Town in 1993. 3 decades later, I'm proud to call Cape Town my home. This is a city where I'm raising my family, where my boys go to school, that offers so much potential. Cape Town is ranked as one of the best cities in the world. You've seen it through your excursions, amazing scenic beauty, a favorable climate and natural light, immense cultural heritage, and a political history grounded in an incredibly dynamic, multi-stakeholder, multiracial, interreligious, and cross-generational struggle, experienced through the liberation struggle and through entities such as the United Democratic Front. Cape Town was one of the homes of the internal resistance that defeated the intractable juggernaut that was apartheid and the notion of white supremacy. However, there's an underbelly to life in Cape Town which finds great similarities to other prominent G20 nations in the global south. The legacy of structural inequality, an incredibly unequal society where the vast majority of the population survive in sub-economic poverty and extreme poverty conditions. So while political apartheid was defeated, economic apartheid still exists. Fast forward 20 years into the democratic journey, and in 2010, South Africa hosted the FIFA World Cup, a World Cup that was awarded by criminal mafia based in Switzerland. Again, the great South African hospitality was on display. We had the best World Cup. It united the country in a context where social cohesion and unity remains a huge challenge to this day. I still find it extraordinary the way that sports, culture, and music can unify a divided nation. We continue to see this in the way that South Africa rallies behind its world-class rugby team. In the 2010s, the South African democracy was hijacked by systemic corruption. The decade of the 2010s was characterized by state capture, kleptocracy, and grand corruption. How did we turn it around? How did we defeat state capture, or at least an iteration of state capture in the 2010s? It was the coming together of various stakeholders who began to connect the dots. Academia, investigative journalists, civil society, honest and decent public servants, institutions supporting constitutional democracy, notably the public protector and an independent judiciary that ultimately led to a 4-year commission of inquiry the Zondo Commission of Inquiry. I could spend more time on that story, but that's a story for another day. State capture like apartheid could not have been defeated without the coming together of various actors, notably those outside of government who compelled the state to take action. Some may argue that the reversing of state capture was ultimately triggered by the Gupta brothers being debanked by the Bank of Baroda and the democratic recall of President Jacob Zuma in 2018, but it's more complicated than that. 7 years on, South Africa still faces endemic corruption. We're on the FATF grey list, but we've had watershed democratic elections, and as we host the G20, I, for one, am more optimistic than I've been previously about the idea of developing common initiatives to take forward the fight against corruption. Initiatives such as those that have been discussed over the last few days relating to asset recovery, enhanced whistleblower protection and support, and the reform of the public sector. We have an extraordinary broad community of practice of organizations, individuals, state institutions, NGOs, national and international, working in the fight against corruption. Fostering and developing this community of practice can happen organically, but to truly thrive, it must be inclusive and impactful, and it needs capacity development, financial support, and capacity support in terms of information sharing and developing human capacity. This takes me to the Atlanta Declaration from the last COSP. In Resolution 10.1, promoting integrity, accountability, and transparency in the fight against corruption, the COSP reiterated that the active participation of society is integral to contemplating states' efforts in the prevention of the fight against corruption and promoting transparency, integrity, and accountability. State parties were urged to put in place and effectively implement policies and practices within their means and in accordance with fundamental principles of their domestic laws that allow individuals and groups outside of the public sector, such as civil society, non-governmental and community-based organizations, the private sector, academia, and the media to be able to fully contribute in this regard, promoting accountability through the full and effective implementation of Article 13 of the Convention. In terms of South Africa's contribution to our deliberations over the past few days, you will note an amazing community of practice dedicated to addressing the fight against corruption. The Special Investigating Unit, the National Prosecuting Authority, the Public Protector, the Department of Public Service and Administration, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation, the Human Science Research Council, NGOs such as the Ethics Institute, Open Ownership, the Whistleblower House, Corruption Watch, the National Advisory Council Against Corruption, and development agencies and philanthropy. I will be remiss if I don't make special mention of the role that the GIZ have played in terms of convening the Transparency, Accountability, and Integrity Program, which flows from the country-to-country agreement between South Africa and Germany, as supported by the Swiss. This intervention has been key in bringing together various stakeholders in multi-stakeholder forums dealing with issues such as procurement reform and whistleblower protection. Gender and sexual corruption will be important focus areas going forward. The work is not seamless, the journey is not straightforward, we work in a difficult context, but we've seen numerous examples of how cooperation and inclusion have aided the work of setting the agenda, of developing new policies and developing legislation. Last year, South Africa passed new legislation to address the issue of public procurement. Critical in this process was the direct role played by civil society in advising government and surfacing proposals. While we didn't get all that we wanted, particularly in terms of transparency and an open contracting system, the process of developing the regulations are ongoing, and civil society remains engaged actively in this process. Critically, over the last several years, we've seen the establishment of various multi-stakeholder sectoral forums, so-called anti-corruption fora, made up of government, law enforcement, civil society, and the private sector, largely convened by the SIU and supported by frontline government departments. We've seen these in the health sector, in infrastructure, in local government, border management and immigration, and the new anti-corruption forum in the water sector will be launched. I believe the SIU has embarked on an independent process of evaluating the effectiveness of these fora. These anti-corruption fora have the potential to play a critical role early in the process to support prevention and identify key vulnerabilities for further investigations. Moving on to principles of inclusive participation. These include the broad representation of actors across diverse groups, accessibility of information, meaningful engagements in policy making, capacity building for civil society, the protection of civil spaces, transparency in decision making, bolstering accountability mechanisms, and a focus on preventing corruption at its root causes, ensuring that all sectors of society, regardless of background or identity, have a voice that can actively contribute to combating corruption. On transparency and the access to information, we call for the proactive disclosure of government data and documents relevant to corruption risks, for public access to information through easily understandable formats. This relates to the promotion of open data standards, and this principle is critically relevant to understanding how we take forward beneficial ownership transparency and the availability of public registers. I want to just highlight one last example before I move to my concluding points, and this is an example of how civil society has assisted in terms of innovative approaches and the development of digital tools. So the example is in the procurement space. Corruption Watch has been instrumental in developing a tool called Procurement Watch. It analyzes National Treasury data, which National Treasury publishes on their own bat, they're not compelled to, relating to procurement deviations and expansions. We know this is where big corruption takes place. Corruption Watch has developed a tool providing red flag analysis of this data around potential irregular transactions, corruption vulnerabilities linked to procurement deviations and expansions. It's a tool which we've shared with the Auditor General, with the Public Protector, with the Special Investigating Unit, and is just an example of the kind of value add that can come from a nimble and well-capacitated civil society. So in conclusion, with one eye looking at the future meetings of this working group and of the UNCAC COSP that's coming up later in this year, a few recommendations. Consider including civil experts in country delegations in order to utilize CSO expertise during negotiations on resolutions. Bring key anti-corruption experts and practitioners to the COSP as part of your delegations to share good practice approaches and lessons learned to help advance the anti-corruption agenda. Consult with civil society representatives on the development of draft resolutions. Take advantage of expertise of civil society experts to solicit feedback and inputs on resolutions during the informal negotiations in the run-up to the COSP. Use your delegation's preparations to update national civil society on the status of your country's UNCAC reviews in terms of follow-up actions and past reviews, and collaborate with civil society experts and on bilateral and multilateral anti-corruption initiatives. We cannot afford to allow corruption to remain an intractable systemic issue. It will hijack the democratic victories of the past century and in South Africa's context of the past 30 years and only deepen inequality. It's unsustainable. We encourage the G20 to take bold initiatives in the fight against corruption, inclusive of meaningful participation of all stakeholders. Again, I congratulate South Africa on convening this successful meeting and encourage South Africa to use all available means to forward the important work of the Anti-Corruption Working Group. As civil society, we remain available and committed to advancing this important work and the work of this forum. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karen, for sharing the work of your organization and your perspective on the topic. Thank you so much. And now I'll move to my colleague, Ms. Elizabeth Cristina Marques Cosmo. She's the head of the International Affairs Unit of the Office of the Comptroller General of Brazil. Elizabeth?
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Since it is the first time I take the floor, I would like to start by echoing other delegations before me and thank South Africa for the amazing hospitality and for welcoming us to this beautiful city with such kindness. It is an honor for us to work so closely throughout the year, and I hope we can support the presidency to have a very successful year. I also thank for the opportunity to address this important issue as part of the presidency's priorities, and that is also a priority for Brazil in our anti-corruption efforts and actions. As we all know, our action plan adopted last year mentions our commitment to cooperating closely with engagement groups, as well as a diversity of business and civil society organizations that promote transparency, integrity, and other anti-corruption measures. In that context, inclusive participation is key, not only for better informing and improving our work in the ACWG, but also domestically. We may also recall that last year's ministerial declaration recognizes the efforts in promoting a multi-stakeholder approach to preventing and combating corruption and acknowledges the role that civil society play in anti-corruption efforts, including NGOs, academia, media, and the private sector. In our understanding, participation is fundamental to achieving a more equitable, representative, and accountable governance. It is also a means to enhance the legitimacy of the public policies. When governments broaden the participation in policy making, policies and services tend to better reflect the real needs and priorities of society, which has a direct reflection in public trust. In that sense, I also stress the importance of protecting civic spaces and allowing people to think and speak freely without fear of reprisal or violence. In order to achieve this goal of increasing inclusive and diverse participation in policymaking, Brazil has established a National Secretariat of Social Participation that is directly linked to the President of the Republic and promotes the dialogue with non-governmental stakeholders. The Secretariat is responsible for creating and coordinating instances of consultation and social engagement and for directing the work of the advisory offices of social participation, which are specific structures present in every ministry. This is an effort to guarantee society will be given a voice in the various issues that may affect people's lives. In the field of anti-corruption, this effort is materialized through the Council for Transparency, Integrity, and Anti-Corruption. This council was originally created in 2003, but in 2023 it was re-established in a new format, which has enlarged the number of civil society representatives. It is now made up of 41 members, out of which 30 are non-governmental experts. The role of the Council is to discuss measures for the improvement and promotion of public integrity policies and strategies, as well as monitor and evaluate public services related to transparency and the fight against corruption. The Council's Secretariat is exercised by the Office of the Comptroller General, which is the Brazilian Anti-Corruption Authority. The Council operates on the basis of a biannual work plan. The current format encompasses 5 thematic working groups dedicated to various topics. I highlight, for instance, the Working Group on Open Government, which is in charge of coordinating the development of the Brazilian Action Plan for the Open Government Partnership, an initiative most of us are familiar with, and that Brazil has the pleasure to act as an incoming co-chair together with Spain. There is also a working group on promotion of integrity in the private sector, which has discussed the strategies for incentivizing the private sector to adopt integrity measures that encompass social and environmental responsibilities in line with the ACWG priority under the Brazilian presidency last year. I also call the attention to the working group on climate change, which will discuss the role of anti-corruption and integrity measures in the field, also in preparation to COP30 that will be hosted in Brazil in the city of Belém do Pará. I would like to conclude this presentation by showing a concrete example of how the Council has operated in providing input for the development of our integrity and anti-corruption plan for the years of 2025 until 2027, adopted last year. This plan contains 260 actions that shall be implemented by several governmental bodies. That is to say, our anti-corruption agenda for the next 2 years will be based on this plan, which adopted an ambitious, inclusive methodology. The 30 non-governmental organizations of the Council of Transparency were involved. Apart from that, 50 experts from the academia and 100 private institutions were also consulted. The implementation of the plan will also be monitored by the Council on a regular basis. This was a quick overview of the Brazilian recent experience in promoting the inclusive participation in the prevention and fight against corruption, and we look forward to working with our South African colleagues in the development of the companion of good practices on this matter. We also want to further explore this issue during a side event to be organized back-to-back to our second ACWG meeting. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth, and thanks so much all the presenters for their insightful presentations. I will now open the floor for any questions that delegations may have for our speakers. So you have now the opportunity to address them. Yes, Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the co-chair. My question specifically is to Prof. And it's a result of systemic corruption. Prof, it has always been a difficult thing, or it has been described by various studies, study after study, that systemic corruption has always been the nemesis of reformers, because basically they have to rely on the very system that they seek to reform. It has always been, in terms of systemic corruption, because we have the incidental, institutional, and systemic corruption. So what actually works when it comes, because it's a kind of corruption that is being encouraged by the norms of the society or even the system itself. And when you want to link systemic corruption to asset recovery, does it have to really to do with institutional framework of the institution that make the capital or the asset to be actually being make a kind of a porous system that allow the capital to go out in the first place? And does it really have to do with the infrastructures, the institutional framework of individual countries, especially the global south, when it comes to prevention of systemic corruption and asset recovery? Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks so much, Musawala. Professor Fears, do you want to address that question?
Thank you for this question from a colleague in Nigeria. It really goes to the heart of the challenges of anti-corruption reform focused on systemic corruption. So the first point I want to make is that insulating anti-corruption institutions from improper political interference is an important challenge, precisely because, as you're indicating, the forces of resistance are within the system. We have experience of this dismantling of what was called the Scorpions, an early attempt to strengthen the investigation and prosecution of criminal corruption was dismantled through a political initiative. And I understand that also, for instance, occurred in Kenya. So I think that's an important learning. Whether your anti-corruption institution is focused on systemic corruption or individual criminal corruption, it seems clear from our South African experience, but probably more broadly, that there's a need for constitutional protections, or at least protections which establish such bodies with a degree of independence from the executive branch. It's not an easy question because in a democracy, accountability to the elected branches of government is also an important source of control. Our recommendation, therefore, is to establish this new body as what we call a Chapter 9 institution. That is to say that it enjoys the highest level of constitutional protection. I think that it's important, once the diagnosis is correct, that you're dealing with systemic corruption, to be to be confident, well, not too confident, but confident that taking the right steps will could have positive results. So, for instance, we envisage that this new body should be able to go into a local authority, a hospital, a government department, examine its systems, make binding recommendations, and in that way prevent and dismantle systemic corruption. Because our paradigm up to date has been focused on criminal law enforcement, which is essential but not sufficient. So I think if I don't know if that's a sufficient answer, you're addressing the problem that there are sources of internal opposition and restraint or resistance to any anti-corruption initiative that is likely to be effective. So the more effective your measures are likely to be, the more likely it is that there will be resistance. But I think, as Karim was saying a little earlier, I think South Africa, our experience currently is that the country, with respect to anti-corruption reform, having experienced state capture, is now on a positive trajectory. And so, while there are no guarantees with any reform initiative in any complex public policy area, I don't think this matter should be approached with a sense of defeatism. It is possible to, once the correct diagnosis has been made and the possible and the correct reform policy decisions made, it is possible to implement them effectively. I think we can look forward to better results than we're currently achieving. I'm not sure I followed you entirely on asset recovery. We have proposed that, asset recovery has been a source of has been an example of some success in South Africa. Andy Mutibi's SIU has recovered significant resources as a result of their efforts. And we are proposing to strengthen that mechanism and allocate certain powers of asset recovery to the the body to be established. I'm not sure that answers your question, but in the South African institutional architecture, I think asset recovery has been a success story, and we're looking to strengthen asset recovery as a response to systemic corruption.
Thank you, Prof. I think that you have answered it very well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Fears and Professor Musabala. Now I will give the floor to Korea, then I have US and Germany. First, Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Since this is my first time taking the floor, I'd like to express my gratitude to the South African presidency for organizing this first G20 ACWG meeting, and also thank you for a warm welcome and hospitality. It's not a question, I'd just like to make a small comment on the panelists' interesting presentations in this session on how different stakeholders participate in anti-corruption efforts in various ways. Korea also operates a few programs and initiatives that involving the private sector and general public, including the younger generation, such as 2030 Advisory Group and education programs for youth. And it was a very good opportunity to learn and get good ideas from the presentations. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Korea. Now we will have US.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin by, again, commending South Africa for making this one of its priorities for this year. I think it is an incredibly important issue and something that I don't think this group speaks enough about. So again, commend South Africa for adding it. And also in that respect, Chair, commend Brazil for starting this conversation last year. I think it shows great leadership among these countries. It won't surprise anyone that I have several questions, so if you will indulge me, Chair. The first one is for the delegate from India. Thank you for the very great presentation. I saw the statistic 1 million trained in 400 organizations, from 400 organizations. I'd be interested in the types of organizations that came from, or that make up that list. For the very interesting presentation from IACA, and I apologize, I don't know where you are in the list or in the room, so I'm just going to kind of stare wildly off into the distance. Oh, okay. All right, hey. In addition to youth, I would be interested in the other type of non-governmental organizations that the IACA is engaging with, if there are any, and kind of any lessons learned from engagement from those organizations. And then for Corruption Watch, I think is behind me based on just kind of where the voice was coming from. Yeah, very great presentation, very informative. I would be interested in kind of, you got into the broad recommendations or the types of policies and practices that are very helpful. I think open data was one that you highlighted. Are there specific things, specific policy and practices that a government could do, perhaps easily, not requiring legislation or massive overhaul of regulation, that can increase the impact that non-government stakeholders can have on the fight against corruption? And I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kelly. So I'll give first the floor to India.
Hello. Thank you, USA, for the question. You asked me about the type of organizations these 400 of the inputs comes from. So usually we have these CVO, which I spoke about the structure. These are chief vigilance officers, and they are deputed and they're posted in all the department, ministries, public sector undertakings as well. Through them, we receive the reports on the inputs, how the campaign has been. And they are about, like for this year, we received 400 reports. They are like full-time CVOs, which we have in these ministries and departments and PSUs as well. And the type of organization, if I would want to comment, is that because they are free to do it at their level, so they do include NGOs, civil societies as well, and at times even the private as well. So this is the most of them, and this is how, if you want to tell me about the training as well, there were like 20% of them were newly inducted, and the remaining 80% were the refresher course which they designed for. It was relevant to the vigilance angle only. Thank you.
Thank you so much, India. Now I'll give the floor to Ieka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the comments or questions from the U.S. Delegates. And as you may know, that the IECA has the missions to promote the effective implementation of the UNCAC, as well as to support the anti-corruption agencies worldwide in the fight against corruption. We do make use of different tools and platforms to engage the different sectors in the community, not only in the youth, but also other sectors in private entities. So short questions to your question is, we do engage different sectors from the community through our different platforms and projects. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Aika. And finally, to Corruption Watch.
Speaking to the back of your head. Thank you very much for the question. I think it's, you know, one of the things that I reflect upon looking at the G20 is that democracy functions differently in the different jurisdictions. In some countries, we have a deliberative democratic system. We have opportunities to participate, for instance, at hearings before the legislature. In terms of the State Capture Commission, we had a broadly participatory system. So I think it is a culture issue in terms of changing the kind of culture around structuring opportunities for engagement and participation. You know, if we look at what happened in Atlanta, it was incredible that some countries included civil society and other broader groupings within the delegations. Found that incredibly useful. Corruption Watch is part of the TI family. The TI is a global anti-corruption movement with lots of expertise, lots of knowledge. I think it needs to be leveraged. It needs to be utilized. So there needs to be kind of opportunities for these kinds of structural engagements, but I think from jurisdiction to jurisdiction there'll be different dynamics, and I think what we're asking for is kind of a culture shift that allows for more structured participation.
Thanks so much, Mr. Karen. Now I will give the floor to Germany, and then we'll have Canada and Africa Union. First, Germany.
Thank you, Chair. I think Canada was first.
Not a problem. David?
Well, thank you, Marcus. And I'd like to thank the co-chairs for bringing together this panel. This is a really important discussion for my delegation, and it's really nice to hear about the value that civil society engagement brings to the fight against corruption. My question, I think, is for the representative from Corruption Watch. Others may also want to comment on it. And I'm wondering if you could tell me a little bit about international cooperation among NGOs, whether here in the SADC region or across Africa more generally, to share experience, mutual support, or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Mr. Karen?
Again, my immediate reaction is to go back into thinking about the way Transparency International functions and the fact, you know, whether it be the International Anti-Corruption Conference, different types of regional initiatives. There's a lot of cooperation and information sharing across the TI chapters. If I reflect upon the discussions yesterday in terms of asset recovery, I think we're also seeing a growing international civil society community of practice looking at issues of asset recovery, seeking to develop tools, you know, seeking to develop different types of policies and strategies. So, you know, even the contribution of organizations such as the Open Contracting Partnership to popularizing issues around open data and open data standards in terms of procurement reform, I think have been absolutely critical in terms of helping to build some consensus within civil society and also through high-level engagements with governments seeking to reform their public procurement systems. So those are just a few examples. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karen. Now I'll give the floor to Marcus from Germany.
Thank you, Marcelo. And I also would like to thank co-chairs very much for organizing this exchange. I believe it's an outstanding session on how we engage with civil society. For us too, it's a very important topic because we believe that we need civil society in order to effectively fight corruption. I have one question concerning the presentation of Professor Fierce. It's rather technical. So you talked about investigation into corruption without policing powers. So I take it that this would be non-criminal investigations. And my question is, how does that tie in with potentially ensuing criminal investigations? So how does the transition work, especially relating to things such as the right of non-self-incrimination, which can be a topic if you start with non-criminal investigation and then switch to criminal investigation. On the presentation by Corruption Watch, just a remark, thank you for highlighting the contribution by the German GIZ. We're very happy that we could be helpful in your efforts, and you mentioned or you recommended delegations to include in COSP delegations when resolutions are negotiated civil society representative. I just wanted to share that we already did that twice. 2019 Abu Dhabi, we had a representative from U4. In 2023, a representative of the German chapter of Transparency International was part of the delegation, and I'm happy to share our experience in that regard with interested countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcos. So I'll give first the floor to Professor Firos.
Thank you for the question. So in our original thinking, based on the experience of the Zondo Commission, which made certain findings and against individuals based on the evidence that was proffered before the Commission and the findings it made, and then it referred those matters to the proper authorities for investigation and prosecution. So in our initial thinking was that once if evidence was disclosed in the course of a systemic investigation of criminal malfeasance, the OPI itself should have the authority and the capabilities to complete the docket, because we thought that would save time, it would expedite the investigation and prosecution, and that process could be completed under the supervision of the MPA. In our recommendations that we've presented to the President, we've excluded that recommendation. In discussions also with Andy Mutibi, the head of the SIU, because we've shared our thinking about that matter. And the current proposal is that such evidence will be presented to the DPCI, which is a body charged with powers of criminal investigation in the South African Police Service. I think there isn't a right answer to this question. It's a pragmatic question concerning, if you like, effective anti-corruption reform, because we will need the various stakeholders in the system, in the South African Police Service, in the broader system, to find a consensus on the exact demarcation of responsibilities and authorities. So I suppose my response my answer to your question is that I think it would have been perfectly feasible to to recommend to incorporate our original recommendation in the proposal. But with this proposal, it's more likely to get the support of the Minister of Police and the existing structures in the South African Police Service. And you know, that's always an important question in any, if anti-corruption reform initiatives on this scale and importance is going to be successful.
Thank you so much, Professor Firos. I don't know if Corruption Watch want to add any comment to the example that Marcos gave.
I took it more as a comment, Chair, so I don't think it's okay. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Kerr. And now I'll give the floor to FK Union.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I just wanted to ask from colleagues from South Africa, let me take you back to the discussions from day one. I'm not sure if the presenters today were there when we had a panel discussion on social norm changes. And as they were speaking, I was asking myself, there are all these initiatives, and it is clear that to deal with corruption, we need a whole of society approach. So is there any collaboration platform between the government agencies, independent constitutional institutions, civil society, to put together all these initiatives to try and bring about some change? Because I think the challenge is that we may have all these institutions, but if we don't carry society along, sometimes it becomes very difficult to see the impact of the initiatives that we're taking. So I just wanted to get a sense of what are the collaboration mechanisms that are in place within South Africa, which we can take lessons from. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe the question are for both. Yeah, Professor Firos, do you want to take the floor first?
So again, thank you for the question, a very interesting one. I indicated that the government's policy, all government, all society approach, which was adopted by the cabinet, was the product of a broad process of consultation. And Karam has spoken very eloquently to the degree of involvement of civil society in the policy formulation process. Since the council itself has concentrated on engaging with stakeholders in civil society, the private sector, and in government on the content of our proposals. So tomorrow, for instance, I'm going to, well, today actually, I leave here to go to a conference on whistleblowing, which will bring together the organizations in civil society involved in making proposals to influence the government's decisions about legislation and so forth. The Council has had 2 large summits engaging the public and civil society. We presented our midterm report in December to the summit, which was very well attended. But I think I want to say this. I think the challenge to involve civil society effectively, to shift public opinion, to change behavior, I would say we are at the very earliest stages of that in South Africa. In fact, there probably, in truth, is a significant gap between public expectations, public opinion, and the pace of reform. So a lot is happening, as I indicated in my open remarks. I said South Africa is involved in a long-term project of anti-corruption reform, which has picked up considerable momentum, and I was pleased that Karam reinforced that point. But the public, I cannot say that at this point that the public is fully convinced that the authorities are serious about anti-corruption reform and that it's likely to be successful. And the way that expresses itself is in the widespread public feeling that a lot of individuals identified, for instance, in the Zondo Commission, who remain in important positions of political authority, are escaping accountability. And so the feeling is that criminal law enforcement of corrupt behavior, that there isn't accountability. So that's also going to be a big challenge for us, I think, in our anti-corruption initiatives. Getting the public involved is critical, but in fact, I think the international experience also shows that you cannot achieve that long-term project which is unfolding without improving accountability through the criminal justice system, and perhaps that's where the paradox is.
Thank you, Professor Fears. Mr. Karen, do you want to add?
It's a really interesting and challenging question that you've posed. There is an ecosystem, and I spoke about a community of practice, but there clearly are significant gaps between civil society and government, gaps between government agencies, and it has been a real challenge for me over the years. I think one of the things we've advocated for in terms of advocating for a dedicated anti-corruption agency is that there is a focal point within the state which is driving these initiatives. Professor Kachali is very humble in terms of the contribution of the NACAC. The NACAC have held that space in this moment, but it's a temporary structure, and it's a structure which will fall away. So I mentioned, it was one of the comments that there has been these sort of organic initiatives where we've come together, whether it be the civil society working group on state capture, or civil society groups coming together on to develop consensus around procurement reform. But in terms of it being structured, in terms of structuring this kind of notion of an all-of-society approach where everybody knows what their role is, and looking particularly to the private sector, which is a big gap, there's still a lot of progress to be made. We come into many of us come into civil society as lawyers, as political scientists, this kind of idea that laws and policies are going to take us forward. But part of the challenge that we're talking about in terms of behavior change is this kind of deep-seated cultural issues, reticence about blowing the whistle, a fear of reprisals, the fact that we live in a dangerous society where whistleblowers get assassinated. So in order to really breathe life into the platitudes around an all-of-society approach, there needs to be more coordination and a more systematic approach to organizing the various role players to ensure that we're working together.
Thanks so much, Mr. Karen. I'll give the floor to Russia. Natalia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank all speakers for their excellent presentations and for this really very engaging and fruitful discussion. Very briefly, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to highlight that for my country, anti-corruption, awareness raising, education, training has always been a matter of importance. And for instance, in 2021, we promoted a COSP resolution focused on these issues because we do recognize that the participation of society is very important, but you have to provide society with the necessary knowledge and tools to engage in the fight against corruption, because it's not that simple and easy. I would also like to highlight that, for instance, in BRICS, we have many practical initiatives, and for ages we have organized various capacity building and knowledge sharing initiatives with the kind support of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, but also of the International Anti-Corruption Academy. Actually, we promoted this experience back in 2023. We made a specific presentation on that, and we actually suggested that perhaps this group can learn something from that experience and launch some technical and practical initiatives, because it's not, I am not criticizing right now our working group, but we all know that this group is basically focused on supporting policy making, and we're not very much focused on practical initiatives. And given that we have here these excellent speakers, perhaps that you can suggest something, how can this group become more practice-oriented? What can we do in the field? Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Natalia. I don't know who, you were first? I'll give the floor to France, then to UK. France?
Actually, Jenny, I don't know if I raised my flag before you did. Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to the Presidency and Co-Chair for organizing this discussion. And as previous speakers have said, it's also for my delegation a topic of utmost importance. So we're very happy to have this discussion today. We're happy that it's the focus of a deliverable for this year's work in the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group. Thank you, of course, to all the presentations today. It was very interesting, and maybe one thing that is making me react now is that we heard a lot of things about a collaborative approach with civil society, public sector, private sector, academia, and so on, which is obviously important and tremendously useful in implementing effective reforms. But maybe one thing that I don't think I've heard so much is how to, practically speaking, allowing civil society organizations to have to work as a check on institutions in terms of anti-corruption. And I wanted to highlight that one practice we have in France is that we allow specific anti-corruption civil society organizations to initiate legal proceedings. And it worked well enough, and it has worked well enough in the sense that it has, first of all, made very public some important anti-corruption cases. It has also brought up the legitimacy, I would say, of civil society organizations in their fight against corruption. It has made them incredibly visible to the public in France, and overall, I think it has greatly reinforced their ability to act on anti-corruption in France. The speaker from Corruption Watch just used the word platitudes. Not to go as far, but I think I agree in the sense that, and also with the previous speaker, that it's great also if we could talk about concrete measures that one can take, or what country can take, to ensure not only inclusive participation and a collaborative approach, but again, to allow civil society organizations to act as a check. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Caro, for your comments. One reaction that I can give on the perspective of, for instance, for Brazil, is that some civil society organizations, if they meet some requirements, they can file for a claim, a judicial one. One that's been more recently impactful is a claim that was filed by the National Association of Investigative Journalists on how the Congress decides on allocation of budget. This has raised to the Supreme Court, and it has been very, very powerful, concrete measures that have been decided on based on that action. And I think you are correct. Giving voice for the society is also very challenging, because it's not just giving them the chance to speak, but how they can actually promote concrete measures. So I think you have a very good point on that. I'll give now the floor to Jennifer from UK.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I really welcome the comments everyone's made so far, actually, about the importance of this topic and its inclusion here in the discussions we've had, and really valued the range and the depth of the speakers just now in terms of the experiences that they gave and the ideas and the challenges. And actually, I wanted to support the comment made by my colleague from Russia just now. I think the idea that we think not just about words and about policy concepts, but how we transform that into a real-world impact is really important. So hearing from a diverse range of voices about some of the things we could do that would make a practical difference, I think is really important. I wanted to kind of raise two things, actually. First of all, like my colleague from Germany, we also take civil society members and other colleagues to the COSP and to some of our other UNCAC work, and we've really valued that and valued some of the diversity of thought that's given us. So really happy to share our experiences with any other colleagues if that is helpful to you. For the UK, certainly, we find the breadth of voices, whether that be from the business sector, from academia, from civil society, is incredibly powerful, and it's certainly strengthened an awful lot of our recent public policy making. I think particularly of our reform last year on public procurement, where there are things that are now baked into our legislation and already having an impact in the real world around tackling corruption that I'm not sure we would have thought of if it hadn't been for some of the insights from people like Open Contracting Partnership. So I really welcome that. We're also developing a new national anti-corruption strategy, and all of those voices have definitely given us lots of challenge, but lots of ideas in terms of what we might think about and how we talk about that with our ministers. My question was actually to our colleague from Brazil, and it's perhaps more of a process question, but given I'm writing a strategy, I think what you talked about was very powerful in terms of the Council of Transparency. I was really interested in whether the members there are elected, how you deal with the regional or sectoral representation. The diversity of voices is really important, and I'm from a small country, but we have very powerful voices of representation even within a quite small space who feel that they have very different views. So I wondered how you manage that, how you make sure that, or whether it's something you consider coming from a much larger space, and how you make sure that the membership is seen to be credible. We've talked over these days about the power of the perception of integrity as well as the actual evidence about whether there is a loss of integrity and trusting government. So I wondered how you think about that as you think about the representation of the members in the groups that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'll give the floor to Elizabeth.
Thank you, Jennifer, for your question. It is actually a huge challenge for us to have a regional representation that really reflects our society that is really very diverse. The members from the council, they are appointed, they are invited for a mandate of 2 years. We usually invite those that are known for their work in the field, but as I mentioned, the work plan of the council is divided into thematic working groups, and for those working groups, other representatives may be also invited that are outside from those 30 members of the council. So in that sense, it's way broader, and we try to be more inclusive as possible, but it is definitely a huge challenge for us.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth. Any other delegations? I see Netherlands, Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and many thanks to all the speakers and the other participants in the conversation. It has been extremely rich and enriching for me. I would just like to share with you, like Germany and the UK, that our experience with embedding Transparency International in our national delegation to the COSP in Atlanta has been extremely fortunate. And it is not just a matter of, let's say, keeping civil society happy, that they can see and feel they are part of the process and they are appreciated. But it is also, it adds a lot of value to the work of, let's say, the civil servants who are there, in the sense that there's a lot of experience, added value, knowledge, and what is very important as well, the network that they bring with them. So that has been an extremely fortunate experience for us, which might inspire and encourage others, perhaps. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Carolina, for sharing the Dutch experience. Any other requests for the floor? Don't think so. So it's very happy to see how much interesting this session brought to the delegations. We had really good presentations by the speakers as well. So now we'll break for how many minutes? 10 minutes? For 10 minutes, and then we'll come back, okay? So enjoy your coffee break.
es nuestro amor. Tú vives en mí y yo en ti.
Hello. So ask delegations to take their seats so we can restart the session, okay? So we are still on session 5 about enhancing inclusive participation on the prevention and combat corruption. And now we will hear from the South African presidency about the draft questionnaire, which will guide the production of a companion of good practices. So I now invite Mr. Thulani Mukongo, on behalf of the South African presidency, to introduce the draft questionnaire for a companion of good practice on the role of multi-stakeholders in preventing and combating corruption. Mr. Thulani, you have the floor.
Co-chairs, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Corruption impacts every segment of society in various ways, underscoring the necessity for different stakeholders to unite in the fight against corruption. Collaborative efforts are essential in fostering a culture of integrity, solidarity, and advanced sustainable development on a global scale. In particular, youth play an integral role in these efforts and can contribute enthusiasm, creativity, commitment to justice, and ability to adapt to emerging technologies in the changing world of today. In the same vein, education serves as a critical role in both preventing corruption and raising awareness of its negative impact. As outlined in Article 13 of UNCAG and reinforced by COSP Resolution 9 of 8 and the conference room paper entitled as Roadmap to Strengthening the Role of Non-Governmental Actors, which includes youth, which is the young people in the fight against corruption, academia, and civil society in the fight of this giant corruption. Presented in a 10th session of an UCAC COSP Atlanta in December 2023. Furthermore, in political declaration adopted by UN General Assembly Special Session against corruption in 2021, states noted the important role of civil society, academia, the private sector, and the media in identifying, detecting, and reporting on cases of corruption, and committed themselves to taking the appropriate measures to promote the active participation of individuals and groups outside the public sector in the prevention and fight against corruption. The G20 recognizes that a multi-stakeholder approach, including stronger partnership between the public sector, private sector, civil society, and academia, is necessary to effectively combat corruption. To this end, the South African presidency has identified this as a priority, building on previous G20 deliverables, including the G20 high-level principles on incentives for the private sector to adopt comprehensive and consistent integrity measures to prevent and combat corruption adopted during the Brazilian presidency and the 2022 G20 Compendium of Good Practices on Public Participation and Anti-Corruption Education. Ladies and gentlemen, the aim of this questionnaire is to collect information on how to enhance and mobilize the inclusive participation of the public sector, private sector, civil society, the media, academia, and the youth to prevent and combat corruption. This questionnaire will thus feed into the development of the compendium of good practices on the role of different stakeholders in preventing and combating corruption. Co-chairs, members, partners, we are looking forward to your feedback and suggestion to help refine the draft questionnaire that will also be recirculated to all member countries after your input. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tulani. I will now open the floor to delegates to deliver their interventions on priority 3 on enhancing inclusive participation of different stakeholders. We invite delegations to give a particular focus on their views of the draft questionnaire. David from Canada.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm pleased to intervene briefly on this item. I'm intervening to note that the responses to the questionnaire from all of the delegations around the table will reflect how our systems interact with the private sector, civil society, academic, and others in the broader civil society world. There may be some challenges in answering specific questions in the way some systems understand how this engagement should come in, but we will all, certainly from Canada's perspective, we will do our best to provide good examples of sector-specific engagement that has an anti-corruption dividend. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, David. Is there any other delegation who is to take the floor at this moment? Australia?
Thank you to the co-chairs and thank you for facilitating the discussion this morning as well as the other panels throughout. They've been really instructive and highlighted some really important national examples and systemic ways that we can work together on anti-corruption. Just on priority 3, I wanted to communicate Australia's strong support for this priority. Non-governmental stakeholders, including civil society, international organisations, academia, media and the private sector offer diverse perspectives to inform anti-corruption measures and standards. Australia considers it is crucial that non-governmental stakeholders are active participants. Their participation would be in acknowledgement of the key role they play in capacity building and the detection of corruption, and would recognise the significant value their perspectives would add to discussions. Another point is that Australia continues to strongly support the OECD and the civil society's active participation and engagement with the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group. And we look forward to supporting South Africa's presidency and Brazil as co-chair to achieve a strong outcome on this priority. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Australia, for your support and comments. Italy?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo what has been said. We really support the priority that has been chosen, and we thank the chair, the co-chair, for this priority. I would like to highlight in the view to have the output that we are going to deliver at the end of today's and this year work. One element that I think is very important, it was maybe mentioned this morning, is to use administrative transparency as an element to engagement of society. It's very important that to invest in administrative transparency, not only to have a larger oversight of the people, but also to have participation, real participation of the people on the activity of administration, and this is a measure of to achieve also prevention of corruption, but also more consensus on the measure of prevention of corruption. Second element, this participation has to be done from the beginning, has to be by design in the process, not after the administration decides. This is really a very important element, and so we have to think about participation by design and by default on the activity on prevention of corruption and more in general of the administration. Third point, this transparency has to have not reactive, the right of access, but proactive. So is the administration and the bodies who work in prevention of corruption to publish and to offer transparency and to offer the instrument to civil society to reuse the data and to elaborate the data for the different part of society have his own need of transparency. So they have to elaborate and to try to find the element. And of course, in this field is crucial digitalization that make transparency easier, cheaper, and offer many possibilities also. And we have, for instance, some example to find red flags and to elaborate the data. Fourth element, we have to make prevention of corruption popular and useful, both for the public administration and for civil society. So we have to emphasize the element in which prevention of corruption is useful and give simplification and more efficient administrations. And one of the elements, using digitalization, you achieve transparency on one hand, and on the other hand, you achieve efficiency and more quick administration. And we have, as we will have a compendium of good practices, I would like to mention, if I may, we have our authority, the National Anti-Corruption Authority, works on the digitalization on all public procurement. And public procurement, we know, is a risky field, and also is a way in which, throughout digitalization, we will have a national public procurement database where we have all investment in works, services, and supplies in our country. And we have the possibility to offer transparency and good competition and fair competition and offer, and so is a way to spend well public money and to offer, on the other hand, prevention of corruption. This is one element. Another element I mentioned yesterday, we have an official list of civil society organizations that works, for instance, in whistleblowing assistance, and having a officialization of the work of some civil society organization is very important to give them space to operate more concretely. And the last element, we know that we have to work on education from the beginning, from the child, but is a more broader work that we have to do, that is to create a public debate on prevention of corruption. And so we have each country and each event to stress the importance to have a communication strategies that is more comprehensive than an effort of traditional education. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Italy, for those comments. I couldn't agree more. Thanks so much for those insightful inputs. Is there any other delegation who wishes to take the floor? Portugal.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, thank you to the presidencies of South Africa and Brazil for having this topic as a top priority. Thank you also to the presenters of this morning. It was a very good opportunity to learn a lot. And thank you for the questionnaire. We find it a user-friendly questionnaire. It will be, in some cases, as Canada has pointed out, more difficult to respond, but it's a very important questionnaire. We will address some written suggestions, very specific ones, but I would like to stress in advance that we would see as positive question to be inserted in point 9 as regards the existence or not of public authority responsible for this public-private dialogue and supporting private sectors, the private sector in its efforts on prevention and combat to corruption. And trying to share briefly something that we have in Portugal, because as far as I read, the theme for this part of the meeting was also to include some sharing of experiences. And this is something that is working towards a very effective participation of civil society, and this has been stressed already this morning as being important, and it is really important for us as well. So we've created an instrument that is also an instrument of dialogue with society as a whole. And we have this new anti-corruption mechanism, which is helping on dialoguing with both the public and the private sector in general. And it also focuses its activity in sports, for example, and on education and training, namely by participating in initiatives aimed at training teachers and defining curricular contents to be taught in schools to children and youth. And it's very interesting that this anti-corruption mechanism has recently created, together with the TI branch in Portugal, a group of anti-corruption experts from different sectors of society to discuss better solutions to follow in the implementation of the regime for the prevention of corruption in Portugal, which is applicable to both public and private entities. Additionally, for example, they've partnered with another civil society organization, All for Integrity, organizing a program called Anti-Corruption Network of Schools. And this is a program that seeks to spread a culture of integrity and is operating in schools all around Portugal. And the fact is that this civil society organization has taken this project also to other countries, namely countries which are quite near us, Angola and Mozambique. Well, finally, I would just like to say that we would be very happy to share more about our experiences in this framework, and namely during the side event that is going to be held. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Portugal. We are now hear from African Union.
Thank you, Co-Chair, for giving me the floor. I just wanted to indicate that we support the questionnaire on inclusive participation, and this is also in sync with Article 12 of the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, which calls for member states to put in place an enabling environment for civil society participation, the media, as well as other stakeholders. Then with respect to the actual questions, I think we had gone through and we had made minor proposals to strengthen the questions. For instance, in instances like question 4, perhaps there would be a provision for either yes or no, and then if the answer is yes, then the respondents would go ahead and highlight the different activities. I think we did highlight from about question 4 to question 9, and where we thought the questions would be enriched. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, African Union. I don't see any other requests for the floor, so we are going to wrap up a little bit early. So once again, lunch will be served now, and we ask delegations to reconvene here at 2 p.m. Okay? Enjoy your lunch, and thank you so much for all delegations' engagement.
Thank you.
Excellencies, can we take the seats?
Just a session.
Right. Excellencies, we can commence with session 6, which is partnership with engagement groups. We're hoping once more that you had a good lunch. Now we can commence. Distinguished delegates, as we all know, that in pursuing a comprehensive and holistic approach towards implementing anti-corruption measures, the Anti-Corruption Working Group acknowledges the important contribution of the G20 engagement groups. These engagement groups provide a platform for different sectors of society to contribute to global anti-corruption efforts, ensuring that the G20 decisions and outcomes are informed by a diverse range of perspectives. Really, this almost overlaps with the topic that we had before we went on lunch of the whole of society approach, taking, sort of leaving no one behind in the fight against corruption. We are pleased that we are now going to really engage with the engagement groups. In this session, we will explore how the Anti-Corruption Working Group partnership with the G20 engagement groups can be further strengthened to accelerate progress in our shared goals. I now invite Ms. Marlene Papas, representing the B20, to take the floor. Marlene? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashley Theophanides. I am actually the Vice Chair to the B20 Task Team for Integrity and Compliance, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present to you here today. I think what is incredibly important is, as we reflect on the B20 that launched last week here in Cape Town, the B20 is ultimately business's voice of the G20. And within this, we realize that the ability to actually ensure that we achieve the outcomes that we're looking to achieve within the B20, collaboration amongst the other 20s is of critical importance. But of course then, working with and supporting the G20 priorities in order to ensure that we advocate as business for the policies that will drive economic growth and development. In terms of the B20 theme, we can see that it aligns very closely to the G20 in terms of inclusive growth and prosperity through global cooperation. It has also been incredibly critical under the B20 leadership of Business Unity South Africa, which is the Sherpa for B20, that we have a strong African focus, one which doesn't just represent the presidency within South Africa, but really bringing the voice of Africa to the B20. In terms of my role as the Vice Chair of the Integrity and Compliance Task Force, and representing our chair, Rureda Redfern, here today. if we consider the fact that corruption has a significant cost, globally, we see that $5 trillion is the annual cost attributed to corruption in terms of occupational fraud globally. And then when we look at it from an African perspective, that is $148 billion. That is significant. And we believe that through the different efforts that can be considered as part of the task team, we will be able to collaborate with the G20 as well as with the other 20s in order to help ensure that we can make a dent. In terms of the structure of the B20, I thought it would be useful just to give an overview. So as you can see, we have two co-chairs. In order to lead the B20, it's a combination of Business Leadership South Africa and Business Unity South Africa. We then have the Sherpa of the B20, which is Cascavadia, as well as the Secretariat. As part of that, we also have the Local Advisory Council, which has representatives from big business supporting the implementation of the various initiatives and is ultimately providing the guidance that's necessary in order to ensure a successful B20. Further to this, we also have the International Business Advisory Caucus, which has representatives from many multinational organizations, which provide some longevity as well as continuity in terms of the various priorities that is focused on. You will see that there are 8 task forces ranging from trade and investment all the way through to industrial transformation and innovation, which is one of the newest task forces. And you'll see under integrity and compliance, we have Rweda Redfern, who is the chair, who I am representing here as her vice chair today. Further to that, we have a number of knowledge partners that support us with insights as well as supporting the various initiatives that need to be considered, as well as the development of the policy papers. And that is incredibly important to ensure that the quality of the deliverables are aligned appropriately. Further to that, we understand that there is a strong requirement for the different task forces to collaborate, and therefore, even if we consider integrity and compliance, we realize that there's a strong overlap with digital transformation as well as finance and infrastructure. So the collaboration between these task forces as well as with the working groups is of critical significance in order to achieve the outcomes. Ultimately, the main deliverables of the B20 is to come up with various recommendations and policy actions. In terms of the focus that we have this year is very much one of implementation and action. So how can we take the recommendations and actions from the Brazil B20 and see how do we move to pilots as well as implementation, and this is something that we are currently exploring in order to establish the extent to which we can ensure that we start seeing measurable outcomes as soon as possible. I've also just put in one additional slide which shows the alignments between the Integrity and Compliance Task Force and the G20, specifically looking at the different working groups. And this was extracted from the Brazil presidency. And we can see that there is generally a high level of alignment between the task force under B20 as well as the various working groups under G20, and being able to ensure that there is a strong sense of collaboration between the working groups as well as the task forces under B20, we believe is one of the mechanisms that we can consider in order to ensure that the outcomes that are achieved under this task force is one that is well aligned but also produces results. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that insightful presentation, really enlightening us on the B20 structure and objectives. We really appreciate that. I'm going to call on another presentation from the Supreme Audit Institutions, and then I'll open for questions if members allow. I now invite Ms. Stembile Dube, representing the Supreme Audit Institutions 20, side 20, to take to the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Co-chairs, fellow colleagues, and delegates, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Apologies. It is an absolute honor to be part of this prestigious session engaging on an important topic, anti-corruption. I would like to submit an apology from Jan van Skalvik, who is a member of SAI 20 from South Africa, South African SAI. The SAI 20's draft declaration meeting kicked off as of today, and it's ending tomorrow. As such, he could not make it to this session, so I am representing him. I would like to, I will basically talk briefly on the background about SAI 20, the commitments for the year in terms of the themes, how SAIs fit on the anti-corruption agenda, and close with what's in the pipeline in terms of the upcoming events. So just the background about SAI 20, it is an engagement group within the G20 ecosystem that brings together supreme audit institutions from G20 member countries. It was established by SAI Indonesia in 2022. This was in response to the growing recognition of the pivotal role that the SAI play in promoting transparency and accountability, also to provide a platform for the SAI to collaborate and share best practices in responding to global issues. Furthermore, as part of their role, SAI can track progress and evaluate results of the effectiveness of G20 policies, providing feedback and monitoring to assist in ensuring traction on the commitments, in essence, ensuring that commitments are turned into action. In terms of the themes, SAI 20 has two themes, which are usually a progression from year to year. The first theme recognizes the significance of public infrastructure funding in driving inclusive economic growth, industrialization, employment, and reducing inequality in aligning with the G20 presidency theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And the second theme focuses on the collaborative and integrative efforts needed to bridge the skills gap in achieving sustainable economic growth. As we have been, engaging for the past 2 days, it is evident that, collaborative efforts are key in the fight against fraud and corruption. So SAI's role in the anti-corruption agenda, whilst it is recognized that the core functions are not primarily fraud and corruption, but SAIs play a critical role in combating fraud, corruption, and financial mismanagement in the public sector. Their anti-corruption interest primarily is driven by their distinct mandates to ensure accountability, transparency, and good governance. So SAIs with a primary financial mandate identify potential corruption through financial and compliance audit. This is where issues around irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure are identified. Then the second aspect is the SAIs with a judicial mandate. So there will be your courts of audit. They have the power to investigate as well as impose sanctions relating to potential corruption identified. Then the last leg, it is the size with a dual mandate, which includes material irregularities that allows the binding remedial action. There will be the size such as South Africa. So the SAI commitment to the G20 ACWG is basically, the SAI 20 is committed to support and collaborating with governments in the ongoing fight against corruption through the sharing of best practices, fostering transparency, and strengthening accountability mechanisms. SAI 20 also aims to empower public institutions and ensure that corruption is systematically addressed by promoting or cultivating effective auditing and oversight practices. So SAI 20 also plays a role, a crucial role in helping governments uphold integrity and public trust. Just on the upcoming, events for the SAI 20, the first one is the one that I've already mentioned, which is taking place today, ending tomorrow, which is the draft declaration meeting. The second one is scheduled for the 15th to the 16th of April, and that is the senior officials meeting. And lastly, it will be the Heads of SAI Summit scheduled for the 24th to the 26th of June. Chair, it is important to indicate that the work of SAI 20 doesn't end in June, but then this affords them an opportunity to have further engagements with various groups within the G20 Presidents Network, leading to the ultimate session in November. Therefore, SAI 20 is really availing themselves in terms of any specific support required by the ACWG to have those further engagements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that presentation, which is appreciated. Really assisting us understand the Supreme Audit institutions and the role in particular that they play in the G20, tracking the progress on the effectiveness of G20 policies, and in particular the role and the interest in anti-corruption space. We've noted that. Excellencies, colleagues, we now open the floor for any questions that delegates may have to both the presenters. Okay, I open the floor. I recognize Canada.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank the representatives of the B20 and the SAI 20 for coming to join us this afternoon in what has been a meeting with a series of very, very interesting and informative discussions. My question, I don't know if it's a question or a comment for the rep from the B20. There was a reference in your PowerPoint presentation to work on, I think the expression was responsible business conduct or something like that. I think that this, certainly I would, and I suspect other members of this group would be interested in learning more, either through comments today about that work or in writing through our co-chair or at a subsequent presentation. So if there's something you could share today, I would certainly welcome that. If not, I'd be happy to receive something through the co-chair or when we meet again later this year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Perhaps you can respond, then we'll see if there's United Kingdom afterwards.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much for the question. In terms of the priorities, where we are standing at the moment is we've done an alignment between the anti-corruption working group priorities from Brazil and the alignment between that with the South African priorities, as well as then considered how those aligned to the B20 Brazil priorities and identified the extent to which those would still be appropriate and to what extent those needed to be reconsidered. Given the timelines in terms of this task force, that the B20 launch was only last week, we are in the process of finalizing the structures in terms of identifying the co-chairs as well as the members within the task force itself. But given that we are aligned to a strong focus of identifying the extent to which we can ensure continuity between the Brazil presidency and the South African presidency is something that is of great importance to us, as well as a key focus area. In terms of the areas that have been looked at, is anti-corruption measures is an area of focus that has been identified, and it is an area that we will consider working through as we go through the various structures and the policy development to identify how do we take all the different considerations, recommendations and actions and try and make them more measurable, which is why focus on things such as digitization and collaborating with the digitization task force is going to be so critical, as well as with the anti-corruption working group, to try and ensure that some of the pilots, some of the considerations that business is looking at can be considered. As an example, one of the pilots that we've started considering is, in many cases, where there has been a concern around a particular employee or staff member within business partaking in activities that isn't aligned to ethical best practice, many times those employees just leave the business and there is no action taken. And that employee may go to another organization or even within the public sector and conduct similar behavior in those spheres. And that is possibly an area where a small change in policies being adopted by business can allow for this type of behavior to be identified and, as far as possible, dealt with more appropriately. And it's those type of pilots and suggestions that we are looking at, and we are really looking forward to the engagement with the anti-corruption working group to try and see how do we make some of the recommendations and actions more implementable. So to answer your question more concisely, anti-corruption is definitely an area of strong focus, and we will be looking to identify how we incorporate that within our recommendations and actions going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. You okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to both the speakers. I always find this part of the anti-corruption working group really valuable, personally, to hear your sort of lived experience and your ideas, and I appreciate that you are at the beginning of the journey this year of working out what your priorities are and the kind of advice that you want to put into this group to consider. I guess so my question to both of you is really is a sort of reflection and a plea. I think that it would be really interesting as this year goes on to get a sense from you about that sort of your practical insights about the economic challenges that are posed by corruption in your sectors, and the sort of practical things that you are seeing which are causing issues that perhaps this group can reflect as part of the focus we have this year, but also if you're seeing something that we're not talking about, I really hope I'm not stepping out of line here, Chair, by saying if you're seeing something else that we're not speaking about, do tell us, because there are a lot of policy people in this room and lawyers, and I'm sure many of my colleagues around the room also have conversations with their B20 representatives in their own country, and we hear things, but to hear that within this room is very powerful. So as we start our journey and you start yours, any practical insights or ideas you have that mean that we can then think about that and reflect on how it might fit within the work that we do and what we might be able to champion would be really helpful. And I think sort of there was a sort of second point that I had, which has gone right out of my mind, which is wonderful at this moment in time. But I think really in terms of that second point was around kind of if you come, when you next come and when you talk to us in the group and when you were sending in papers, I sometimes find the way in which the G20 process works is that actually as we all get to our ideas at the same time towards the end of the year, and the risk is that you're coming up with really brilliant ideas for us, but at the point when we've already finalised some of the documents that we do. So perhaps my ask of you, if it's possible, is to give us some early heads up in whatever way that might be suitable to the chairs, because I sometimes feel you have such brilliant insights from the sectors that you work in and insights that we wouldn't have. And it feels amiss that we would not reflect those in what we do. So perhaps less of a question, unless you have already those insights in your head about, please don't forget about X. But for now, I really look forward to hearing more of you throughout the year, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. You can respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the question and comments. Everything that you said resonates 100% with us in terms of the initial discussions that the Chair and I, as well as our knowledge partner, has had. I do think it is slightly early in the process to share any particular epiphanies or insights that we have other than the ones that I've already shared. One of the things that we have realized is being able to collaborate in a meaningful way and to ensure that we continue to ensure that there are those checkpoints as often as possible is incredibly important. And one of the requests that we have put through to the B20 Secretariat is that when we have our task force meetings, that we can bring the appropriate representative from the Anti-Corruption Working Group to actually come and attend each one of our meetings. So the same way that that we're representing the B20 here today from the Integrity and Compliance Task Force, how do we ensure that we get representation into the task force meetings to ensure that that alignment continues to be in place. Further to that, some of the initial thoughts that we have, besides organizations signing up and pledging to be more intentional and deliberate in terms of the way in which they deal with anti-corruption is one of the things that we're thinking about. But further to that, there are great case studies or best practices within certain sectors where we can potentially leverage off those insights, just reflecting off the banking industry in South Africa and the insurance industry where there have been fraudulent activities. That information is pooled to a large extent, and if it is shared, one can actually try and address that and identify what the causality elements are, as well as designing some of those mitigating activities. And we will be exploring those further, and as they are more developed, we will be in a position to share those in a far better constructed manner than I'm trying to do right now. My plea, though, is if there are any recommendations to us that you would like to share through the task force meetings that we have, we would be open to suggestions, and we will ensure that within our project plans that we are terribly timeous in order to ensure that we can provide recommendations and suggestions to ensure that we together move the dial forward between business and government. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do you want to comment now? My co-chair has got a comment.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you so much for the presentation from the B20 and also the CI20. To the B20, one suggestion that I would make, I know that you already have a very broad topics to choose from. One of the deliverables of this group for this year is a companion from good practice on whistleblower protection. And we are doing a research among the countries who are part of the G20 to check what are the good practices. But I think it would be very insightful to hear also from the B20 perspective what are the type of techniques, procedures or methodologies that the business has implemented in that sense. And I think it would be very helpful for the presidents to build up this companion. Okay? And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcelo. Comment?
Thank you so much, Chair. I really appreciate that comment and recommendation, and that is definitely something that we can take on board. We will ensure that we get a better sense in terms of your timelines so that we can help to provide that so that it can be incorporated into your work plan. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further comments, observations, suggestions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you very much for the presentations. Once more, we really appreciate you being here. What I've picked up is really that there is a need for integration, so that we don't get to, compare notes at the end. Let's really integrate proactively, so that if there's any inputs, cross inputs into the B20 and the anti-corruption working group, we can do that timely to enhance some of our documentation. We really appreciate that, and I mean on both sides, B20 and the SI20. We thank you for being here. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, colleagues, Excellencies, on that note, we could proceed with what would be the final session, session 7. It's termed looking ahead, which would consist of updates on upcoming anti-corruption events. Really important for us to be enlightened and informed about the upcoming events. So in this session, we will hear about key upcoming events, initiatives, and opportunities for the continued collaboration in the fight against corruption. I invite Mr. Mats Benestad from Norway to inform the meeting on the financing for development process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for inviting us to speak on this topic, and also thank you to South Africa for putting the fourth Financing for Development conference on the agenda in your G20 presidency. In the finance tracks, you have lifted discussions around cost of capital, and it's also being discussed in other working groups. So I will have a presentation which will look at the background for the Financing for Development, how it is connected to the work of this working group of G20, and then of course we look forward to towards the conference and how we will proceed towards the conference in Seville. So the Financing for Development has quite some history. The first conference was in 2002 in Monterrey in Mexico. The background was that the United Nations membership had agreed to the Millennium Development Goals, and then it was an ask from developing countries to have a tool to finance the implementation of the global goals. So with that as background, the first Financing for Development conference was held, and the Monterrey Consensus was agreed in 2002. Following the financial crisis in 2008, the Doha Declaration was adopted, and the last one of these, following the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 Agenda, which was adopted in 2015, the so-called Addis Ababa Action Agenda was adopted in 2015 and has been the global financing framework ever since. The world is facing a sustainable development crisis, and the SDGs are off track, and we are seeing growth prospects being poor. And as you see here on the left side, only 17% of the SDGs are on track, while 50% has weak or no progress, and 30% are stalled or actually in reverse. The financing for sustainable development has increased by 22% from 2015 to 2022. But as you see here on the right side, the financing gap has almost doubled since 2020 until last year, following the COVID pandemic. We have different estimates of the cost of corruption. The colleague from B20 mentioned the cost of global corruption at $5 trillion. So that is more as the total financing gap alone. We have different estimates. They're only estimates, but it's clear that we lose a lot to corruption annually. So in addition to increasing financing from governments as official development assistance, increasing foreign direct investments, making sure trade contributes to development, we also need to make sure that we are using the financing available in an efficiently as possible. So this is the background. We have an escalating financing gaps, we have geopolitical tensions, but still we hope that the fourth Financing for Development Conference that we can agree to a renewed global financing framework, balancing ambitions with finding realistic and actionable solutions. You will recognize this text, especially you, Mr. Co-Chair. This is, of course, from the G20 ministerial meeting in Natal, the ministerial declaration. And here I just underlined some text showing the links between our work last year and the topic of the fourth Financing for Development Conference. This is also probably familiar to most of the room from the G20 Rio de Janeiro leaders' declarations. And the leaders agreed that we remain committed to the United Nations Development Agenda and look forward to the success of the fourth International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, Spain in 2025. The Financing for Development process is it's a big process. The host of the conference is Spain. Spain is doing heavy lifting, preparing for that conference already, and other countries playing a key part is Burundi and Portugal, which are co-chairs of the process, making sure that we're progressing well. And then we have 4 co-facilitators for this process: Mexico, Nepal, Norway, and Zambia, responsible for presenting new drafts, collecting comments, and leading negotiations towards an outcome document that will have to be agreed in Seville. So here you see a roadmap for the process. I have circled around the first preparatory committee, and it goes all the way to the conference in Seville in late June, beginning of July. So at the first PrepCom in Addis last summer, the 4 co-facilitators sent out invitations to the UN membership to all interested parties to provide input, priorities, what they would like to see in the outcome document. And based on nearly 300 contributions, including from 182 UN member states, a 20-page elements paper was developed and published in November. We were very pleased that we had input from as many as 94% of the UN membership to this process. I think it was clear for us that most, if not all, of the submissions mentioned that we would like to preserve the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and build on that, not to renegotiate what we agreed in 2015. And based on the elements paper, we had discussions in New York in December, receiving comments, feedback on the elements paper. And based on the discussions during a week in New York, the co-facilitators presented a zero draft in January. It's more or less based along the same structure as the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. It's supposed to be ambitious and action-oriented and short and concise, but it's 29 pages covering nine chapters. And this zero draft was, of course, based on the comments and feedback from member states, but also from civil society and other stakeholders, which was included in the meeting. So we made every effort to ensure that the zero draft reflected priorities and contributions, as well as the shared objective by the co-facilitators to deliver an ambitious and action-oriented document. And again, the new one, the zero draft, was discussed in New York at the third PrepCom in February. Also, of course, focusing on the text related to anti-corruption, which I will now focus more in depth on. So I have just included here on a few slides text which are more or less related to the work of this group. And as you see here, anti-corruption is prominently featured in the introductory chapter called the Global Financing Framework, both in paragraph 8 and in a separate paragraph 25, where anti-corruption is acknowledged as a cross-cutting issue in the Financing for Development agenda. This is quite a heavy slide, so I don't expect you to read it all, but it's just summarizing what is in the domestic public resource chapter of the document, and especially under the sub-paragraph on illicit financial flows. So here we have a text focusing on domestic public resources, and in liter A, it focuses on regulation of professional service providers. B talks about establishing an ECOSOC meeting on financial integrity. C talks about the UNCAC implementation and the implementation review mechanism. D and E covers asset recovery, and F covers the Financial Action Task Force. And then there is also text related to our work in the chapter on domestic financial sector development. This is the private sector, enhancing transparency, good governance, anti-corruption measures, rule of law, to enable investments. And then there is one proposal which was in the zero draft in the section on debt, sustainable and responsible borrowing and lending, which suggests we will strengthen measures to curb corrupt lending and borrowing, including through full utilization of UNCAC, exploring a UNCAC protocol that makes such contracts unenforceable. So that was in the zero draft. Now we are moving forward already. So we are now here in the process. the co-facilitators have been working on a what we now call the draft, not the zero draft, but the draft for the outcome document that will be based on inputs received to the zero draft, both during the PrepCon but also written contributions. And based on that, we're presenting a new draft to the UN membership and others next week. So I will encourage you all not to use too much on the zero draft, but to wait for the new document which will be published next week. And I'm sure there are different perspectives on proposals in the text in this room. But I really encourage all of you to familiarize yourselves with the text on anti-corruption, get in contact with your New York negotiators, and work with us to have a successful outcome document which we can all agree on before we travel to Seville for the meeting. So this was what I planned to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our colleague from Norway, for that presentation. We've got quite a number of presentations that will follow. Please make note. At the end, of course, there will be Q&A. If there's any questions that you need to note, please. Just in the interest of time, we'll proceed. The next one is Mr. Ernst Technans from Switzerland to provide further updates on the financing for development, same subject, and then will be followed by Spain. Mr. Technans.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. I suggest that Spain, as the host of the next conference, should come first before Switzerland. Thank you so much.
No problem.
So thanks, Urs, and thanks, Chair, also for letting me come in now. We just had an excellent presentation, I think, by Mats. He gave you a very good overview of how it's going, what it means, and how important this conference is. And of course, it's also very important for us as the host country. We're taking it very seriously. We have the full involvement up to the highest level. I can tell you that our Prime Minister is extremely excited about the conference, which is also dangerous for those of us that are working with him, because the expectations are very high, but I'm sure we'll do our best to deliver at least. Now, I wanted to just send three messages to all of you here. The first one is that we would really like to have the highest level of participation of all the countries and the relevant IOs around the table, because this is an important sign. Of course, as Matt said, the outcome document, the results, is what really matters, but the fact that the leaders, as many leaders as possible, are around the table in Sevilla will also give the conference a big boost, and I think it will also signify a lot in showing the commitment of our countries and IOs to multilateralism and to ensuring that financing for development and the SDGs are moving forward as they should. The second point is something that maybe doesn't concern you as individuals, but maybe it's something that I would appreciate that you can pass along to your systems, is that we should approach the negotiations that Mats referred to, of what will be a Seville compromise document, with a mix of ambition and realism, aiming for outcomes that are impactful, but they also need to have broad support in both the rural South and in developed economies. I know it's a difficult balance, but we'll try to find it. We'll do our best also, hopefully not too much, because as Matt said at the end, our goal is to have a successful outcome document that can be agreed before Seville. So I will take no pleasure in being helping with the negotiations in Seville, but that's what could happen, and we have to be ready for that. But we hope that this realistic and impactful document can be agreed beforehand. And the last point also, as Matt's very well stressed in, which is more relevant for you, we also consider as Spain that it will be important to keep the fight against corruption as a cross-cutting priority for the financing for development agenda, which is a novelty. I think this is something that it was not reflected in the Addis document, in the 4A's document, and it's something that I think it concerns us as a group, and it's important that we make sure that this is reflected there. And also making sure on something that you heard me about, and I will keep on rambling about this topic, something that we think is very valuable for anti-corruption efforts and broader efforts in financing for development, a fair taxation agenda, etc., which is an area which is beneficial ownership transparency. So these are two calls that I'm making to you. I don't know if you can influence your systems, but hopefully you can, that we want to really have some progress in these two areas. But again, that said, I think I can only thank Mats and Norway and the other co-facilitators for what is an excellent process so far, and we're looking forward to receiving the Ref 1 of the outcome document and moving on from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Then, Mr. Ernst, do you want to come in now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the outset, I would like to thank the South African presidency again for the warm hospitality throughout the whole first working group meeting, and especially also for the amazing and impressive excursion in this wonderful city of Cape Town yesterday. Thank you very much. I had a really great time. Now to the topic of this agenda item, and many thanks for the opportunity to say a few words on this year's financing for development process, a topic of great importance to Switzerland. I would like to begin by acknowledging and thanking Norway, which together with Mexico, Zambia and Nepal has been doing excellent work in co-facilitating the FFD process in New York, and of course to Spain for hosting the upcoming 4th International Conference on FFD. This year's ongoing FFD process has so far recognized the negative impact of corruption, and the co-facilitators have incorporated anti-corruption both as a cross-cutting issue, as well as with specific measures across the draft outcome document, which Switzerland welcomes. I would like to share 3 observations. First, acknowledging anti-corruption as a cross-cutting theme is an important step forward compared to the FFD3 outcome document. Second, we believe the FFD framework could benefit from the discussions within this working group, in particular on priority 1 of South Africa's G20 presidency, namely strengthening public sector by promoting transparency, integrity, and accountability. While the draft FFD outcome document contains important language on transparency, in our view, stronger reference and language on public sector integrity and accountability is needed. On integrity, this could include the importance of merit-based recruitment systems in line with UNCAC Article 7, and on the importance of an open civic space and independent media. My third observation is on asset recovery. As a leading financial center and international commodity trading hub, Switzerland has a particular interest to make sure that proceeds of corruption and crime do not end up in Swiss financial institutions, and that confiscated assets are returned to the countries of origin in a transparent, accountable, and efficient manner. In this regard, the upcoming FFD conference is a unique, once-in-a-decade opportunity to contribute to improved understanding and the global enabling environment for the rightful and adequate return of stolen assets. The last FFD in 2015 included a call for the development of good practices on asset return. Since then, we have seen significant progress in this field. New national legal frameworks have been adopted in many countries, including Switzerland. Non-conviction-based forfeiture is on the rise, and Switzerland has co-organized 3 international expert meetings on good practices on asset recovery, the so-called ADIS process. Now is the opportunity to take next steps. In Switzerland's point of view, the FFD agenda must eliminate incentives for the transfer abroad of stolen assets, ensure that confiscated assets are returned to and benefit the populations of the countries of origin in a transparent, accountable, and efficient manner, strengthen international cooperation, technical assistance, and capacity building amongst all stakeholders, establish good practices such as robust monitoring mechanisms and civil society involvement, and pilot new and innovative approaches to asset return, for example through partnership with multilateral organizations. Switzerland remains a committed partner to pilot new and innovative approaches to the challenges in this field. We will continue to push for the necessary ambition amongst the international community in the FFD process, and we are interested to work together with other countries towards a better acknowledging of anti-corruption and asset recovery in the FFD agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ers, for that presentation, which is appreciated. I now invite Ms. Brigitte Strubel-Shaw to take to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. And it's my pleasure to give a very brief update on the preparations for the 11th session of the Conference of the States Parties to the UN Convention Against Corruption. So the 11th session will take place from 15 to 19 December 2025. It will be held at the Sheraton Grand Hotel Resort and Convention Hotel in Doha, Qatar. That's very centrally located. It's right at the Corniche with many other hotels and restaurants nearby. The discussions with the government of Qatar on the logistical preparations and substantive priorities for the conference are ongoing and are proceeding very well. UNODC will send out invitations, as is practiced, at least 3 months in advance of the 11th session of the conference, but most likely even before, in order to allow for sufficient time for delegations to register. So far, as many of you know, Qatar has announced that they will table a resolution regarding the future of the implementation review mechanism. Most of you here are aware that this is really a crucial resolution for UNCAC and its future. Qatar has also informed us that they will table a resolution that reflects their substantive priorities for their presidency, the Doha Declaration, which will focus on capacity building, technical assistance, and specifically the use of artificial intelligence in anti-corruption. A gentle reminder to all delegations that wish to table a resolution to do so as soon as possible and at least a month before the conference. That's the deadline that was established by the conference. In due course, we will establish a dedicated website and which will be launched by government soon. The Secretariat will circulate information via special message in due course, and a link to the host government's website will also be placed on UNODC's official website. In terms of special events, the application period is planned to open already in mid-June because we had seen so much interest in the past. So we will send out a special message to permanent missions once the website is live with all relevant documents, including special events guidelines and applications form that will also be placed on our website for interested civil society organizations and international organizations to apply. We would again try to do our best to cluster side events along relevant topics or similar topics, because we felt that the experience in the last conference of bringing the same topics together allowed for longer and more impactful events rather than standalone shorter events. In the margins of the conference, there will also be the annual Anti-Corruption Excellence Award ceremony. So the award will be handed over at that occasion. It's given out by Qatar on an annual basis in support of UNODC and UNCAC. It has categories ranging from lifetime achievement, youth creativity and engagement, innovation and investigative journalism, and academic research and education. Past winners included the former Attorney General of Guatemala, Thelma Aldana, Gerardo Colombo, a well-known anti-corruption magistrate from Italy, John Githongo from Kenya, Nuhu Ribado from Nigeria, and Professor Robert Klitgaard from the US. So, including actually somebody who's here in the room, if he's not too embarrassed, I would say that Roger Korateng also received the award at some years ago. In addition, we're planning for a number of other pre-events at the weekend prior to the conference, including civil society and youth events and the academic forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brigitte, for that useful information. I'm sure the excellencies have noted some of the timelines in particular, if you need to submit any of the resolutions and so On that note, we move over now to Mr. Nicholas Pinot from OECD on an update on the work of the Working Group on Bribery and the planned activities for the year. Nicholas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will indeed provide a brief update on the OECD's recent work on anti-corruption and integrity that may be relevant to G20 members. So starting with, indeed, the OECD Working Group on Bribery. So to recall, the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention is the only legally binding instrument dedicated to combating foreign bribery. The Working Group on Bribery ensures that signatories effectively enforce the anti-bribery laws through rigorous peer reviews. So we have two upcoming country evaluations. South Africa, our host, in June this year, and Argentina in March next year, with a process that would start actually this month for Argentina. In terms of updates regarding the membership of the WGB, Ukraine has formally requested accession to the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention. Indonesia and Thailand are actively preparing to join the WGB as part of their accession process to the OECD. And Saudi Arabia and Mauritius are receiving technical assistance as WGB participants. So now turning to major upcoming OECD events in the next months, but also OECD ongoing work on anti-corruption and integrity. So in the coming months, we will have several key OECD initiatives, and I will start with the 2025 Global Anti-Corruption and Integrity Forum, which will take place at the end of the month. So the OECD cordially invites G20 ACWG delegations to participate in this major event, which has become a sort of a key milestone in the multilateral agenda on anti-corruption and integrity. The broad theme of this GACIF will be harnessing innovation to break new ground, exploring how AI, data analytics, and digital forensics and other innovative approaches can enhance anti-corruption efforts. And a key focus will be on private sector engagement as companies play a critical role in strengthening integrity and compliance. We continue working on the measurement of integrity with our OECD public integrity indicators. As we know, corruption is difficult to measure due to a lack of hard data. So the OECD public integrity indicators offer a practical tool for assessing countries' corruption safeguards. 14 G20 members are already involved in this initiative. These indicators are also used in OECD accession reviews and in the European Commission 2023 Rule of Law report. And we will use also these indicators to substantiate the compendium that will be produced for this presidency under Priority 1. Among other things, we continue working on the nexus between illicit financial flows, tax crime, and other economic crimes through the OECD Oslo dialogue that promotes better coordination between tax authorities, law enforcement, FIUs, and customs to detect illicit financial flows, as well as through the Global Forum on Tax Transparency, of which you are all members. We are also working closely with our colleagues from FATF on the link between financial inclusion, de-risking, and corruption. In particular, the Anti-Corruption Task Team of the OECD Development Aid Committee, the DAC, works at mitigating risk and ensuring that anti-corruption efforts do not unintentionally harm financial inclusion, notably in developing countries through over-compliance with AML/CFT standards. And finally, the OECD is contributing also to the preparation of the Fourth Financing for Development Conference with a focus on illicit financial flows risk, notably in commodity trading in relation to tax crime, and with a focus on the corruption vulnerabilities in financial flows linked to development projects. Very last note, we stand ready to contribute to the organization of the usual annual joint meeting and discussion between the members of the OECD Working Group on Bribery and the G20 ACWG members discussion on foreign bribery, possibly in the margin of the June ACWG meeting, possibly in an hybrid format to be further discussed with the co-chairs. So thank you for the opportunity and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas, for the presentation. I now invite Mr. Anga Timilisna from UNDP to provide an update on the second global conference on harnessing data to improve corruption measurement. Anga?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the outset, and on behalf of UNDP, I would like to thank the South African presidency as well as co-chair for including UNDP in this working group meeting and also in this working group. So together with our sister organization UNODC and other partners, which I have the pleasure of sitting in the same row, we'll make our best for the success of your presidency and your co-chairship this year. Now, regarding the second global conference on harnessing data to improve corruption measurement, let me begin with some background about this conference. Well, it goes without saying that, what gets measured gets managed. And if we look at progress over last 2 decades, there has been a lot of progress in terms of measuring corruption as well as anti-corruption. We do have methodologies to measure perception, to measure experience, to measure the extent and depth of bribery and so on. We also have direct measures such as experiences and also indirect measures such as risk and responses. So we do have a lot of progress. But when we look at data at the country level in terms of actionable data, objective data, or achievable data and indicators, there is not much. Together with UNODC, we are also monitoring the SDG 16 progress, especially 16.5.1. We have seen that there is significant gap in terms of data collection at the country level. And we also we also require to adhere to some key principle to produce accurate, reliable, and useful data for policy reform. This is where the big gap is. So with this background, actually in 2023, with the leadership of UNODC and IACA, and then later on UNDP and OECD also join hands to organize this first conference on harnessing data to improve corruption measurement. With participants from around the world, the conference actually served as a platform for policymakers, for practitioners, for data scientists, academics, and international organizations and members from civil society to engage in comprehensive discussion on the diverse experience and challenges associated with measuring corruption. The main outcome of that conference was the Vienna principles on the measurement of corruption. I don't want to go into detail. You can just Google them and they will appear there. But the main objective of this principle was to provide overall guidance, a more comprehensive guidance to the whole global movement on the measurement of corruption and anti-corruption. Now, with this background, and we would like to build on the successes of the first conference, and this time UNDP, UNODC, the International Anti-Corruption Academy, OECD, and together with other partners. So we are already in discussion with the World Bank, IMF, the Transparency International, and some other stakeholders to make it as comprehensive as we want and provide a diverse platform to discuss openly all challenges and progress related to measuring corruption. As I said earlier, the main objective is of this conference will be to provide a platform for all stakeholders to engage more comprehensively in all kinds of measures and their limitations, the progress and so on. But more specifically, we would like to keep the momentum going on corruption measurement, for example, as a follow-up to the measurement, corruption measurement resolution, as well as UNODC's statistical framework for measuring corruption. Then we will also take stock of a few new data and variables and experiences from key stakeholders there. We'll also plan to launch a few global reports and papers and also data dashboard, particularly on integrity in public procurement and also experience of businesses with bribery. And we'll also discuss about enhancing collaboration on corruption measurement among different partners. And we also hope to have an outcome document of the conference summarizing all important points we discussed and also contribution from different institutions and speaker. But the most importantly, one major objective of this conference will be to have countries sharing their experiences and also discussing plans in terms of how we can strengthen corruption and anti-corruption measurement at the country level. So you might be wondering what topics this conference will cover. So there were a couple of good topics already discussed in this working group as well. Of course, we are trying to prioritize public procurement because we know that up to 20% of GDP is in public procurement, which is almost 20 trillion. And we also know that the value from public procurement is lost up to 15 to 20%. According to estimates, it's already $5 trillion. So it's a huge amount, the public procurement issue and the issue of integrity. Then I think earlier there was also discussion about the role and capacity and effectiveness and performance of anti-corruption agencies. How do we even evaluate their role when they have different mandates, when there are different models, like the multi-agency model versus, the centralized mandate models and so on. So that discussion will also be there. And of course, OECD already mentioned about public sector integrity index and so on. There are, a couple of other country level integrity index as well. So then I already mentioned about UNODC statistical framework and UNODC's statistical division together with our Brigitta's division and also with UNDP and other partners. They are also putting together a mega data, handbook. So that progress is also there. And then we are also thinking about including the role of new technologies, the role of metadata, how we can tap into that in terms of corruption measurement or anti-corruption measurement and so on. I already mentioned we will be inviting from policymakers, practitioners to academia and researchers to all major international organizations working in this field. Of course, civil society organization, business community, and so on. So primarily, we will also try to target anti-corruption focal points from different mechanisms as well as anti-corruption authorities and oversight institutions too. Finally, you might be wondering how you will get more information on this conference. Of course, we are in the process of shaping the agenda, and we'll also discuss with partners. But we will also utilize the G20 Secretariat channel to also pass the information about how, at least interested people can register and get more information in terms of agenda, travel, and so on. So finally, let me just thank you all, member states, observers, and our international organization for a very productive and fruitful 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anga, for that presentation, which is insightful on the conference that's coming on the measurement. I'm informed that there's 3 more presentations, and then we will break for coffee. Well, Q&A, and then break for coffee before the closing session. I now give the floor to Commonwealth, Dr. Koranting.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, greetings from the Commonwealth Secretariat in London. In fact, anywhere I've gone, sometimes they ask me what is the Commonwealth. But basically to say that Commonwealth is made up of 56 independent countries that work together to pursue common goals and to promote development, democracy, and peace. The Commonwealth combined population is about 2.7 billion, and the Commonwealth spanned the globe and include both advanced economies and developing countries. It comprises of 21 countries in Africa, 8 in Asia, Caribbean and Americas, we have 13 countries. Europe, we have 3, the Pacific, we have 11. And the Commonwealth strength lies in its shared values and democracy and diversity. The Commonwealth is connected by an active network of more than 80 intergovernmental civil society and professional organizations. But the Commonwealth big 3 families include the Commonwealth Secretariat, where I work, which support member countries or member states and its public institutions, including anti-corruption institutions. Then we have the Commonwealth Foundation that supports civil society, while the Commonwealth of Learning promotes learning, education, and provides scholarship to most developing countries. The Commonwealth Games Federation then promotes sports development, and the Commonwealth Games, as we all know, is very popular. Now, the Commonwealth Secretariat work with government to deliver on priorities agreed by the Commonwealth Heads of Government. And the Commonwealth Secretariat bring policymakers together and provide guidance and technical assistance to member countries. The Secretariat is based in Marlborough House in London, and it is staffed with professionals from all over the Commonwealth countries. The Secretariat provides its work encompasses its work such as democracy, rule of law, human rights, governance and anti-corruption, economic and social development. But most importantly, small state and youth development is critical. The Commonwealth Secretariat represents an interest of member countries, especially small and developing states who sometimes be overshadowed by the larger and more powerful countries. So we give them voice. So it is useful to recall, particularly this particular topic, that Commonwealth Heads of Government at its meeting in Durban in South Africa in 1999 endorsed the framework for Commonwealth principles for promoting good governance and combating corruption. They made a commitment to tackle systemic corruption, including extortion and bribery, and reiterate that their commitment at their meetings in Abuja in 2003, in Malta in 2005. They urged Commonwealth states to implement the UN Global Convention Against Corruption, the UNCAC, and to root out corruption, both at national and international level, and to adopt policies that will ensure transparency in tendering and procurement. Now, to this end, the Commonwealth Secretariat then prioritized anti-corruption work to strengthen good governance through reduction in corruption and thereby promoting accountability and integrity in the Commonwealth. For us, the Chapter 9 of the UNCAC is very relevant, which deals with international cooperation relevant, where state parties shall consider assisting each other in matters relating to corruption. And in pursuant to this chapter, the Commonwealth Secretariat has provided visible and tangible demonstration of its commitment to support member countries' anti-corruption effort through networking, capacity building, policy research, exchange of best practices, and sharing of tools and frameworks. Now, the Commonwealth Secretariat has established an association of integrity commissions and anti-corruption bodies, both in Africa and the Caribbean, for the opportunities to promote good governance and share best practices. Again, we also have established, with partnership with the Botswana government, Commonwealth Africa Anti-Corruption Center in Botswana. The center seeks specifically to improve anti-corruption capacity building and combat corruption in areas such as investigation, public education, prevention, prosecution, etc. We have done similar one in the Caribbean, where we have established a regional training center of excellence with the government of Grenada for in-country capacity building and regional anti-corruption training in capacity building in the Caribbean region. We have also done well in research, where we have published Tackling Corruption in Africa and Combating Corruption in the Commonwealth Caribbean, where we look at the best practices and we share. And then, finally, the Commonwealth Secretariat has established a successful and vibrant association of anti-corruption agencies in Commonwealth Africa, as well as in the Caribbean. Now, to promote interagency collaboration and learning through sharing of experience and best practice, to encourage the sharing of expertise and knowledge in areas where member countries have comparative advantage. Now, this year, the Commonwealth Africa Conference of Heads of Anti-Corruption Agencies will be held here, right here in Cape Town, from 5th to 9th May 2025. Now, these flagship conferences are well attended by our partners and all the heads of anti-corruption agencies. Since we started in 2011, we always have 100% participation. And also, this conference is well attended by our partners, such as the UNODC, the World Bank, African Development Bank, Transparency International, Basel Institute of Government, and UNDP, etc., etc. And to note, in all our conference, the presidents of our host countries, always without fail, has opened the conference, whether it was in Mauritius, Seychelles, Ghana, and everywhere, Namibia, everywhere they come, they don't miss the opportunity to open, because anti-corruption is key for all these countries around the world. So it is our expectation that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, will do us the honor by honor our invitation to open this conference in May. To conclude, the Commonwealth Secretariat thank the Presidency of South Africa and the leadership of the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group for inviting the Commonwealth Secretariat to at least observe and participate in this August G20 Working Group. And we look forward to further collaboration with the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group for the benefit of our member countries. I thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your perspective on that. And now we will have the Egmont Group taking the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I am pleased to be here today, and I would like to start by congratulating South Africa on the G20 presidency and hosting of this event. Your Ubuntuist hospitality has surely made our stay memorable. Financial intelligence units across the globe plays a critical role in combating corruption, particularly in the early stages of intelligence gathering. They act as an interface between the private sector and law enforcement agencies by receiving, analyzing, and disseminating financial information. In this regard, ladies and gentlemen, the Egmont Group is a global organization with about 177 financial intelligence units of affiliation that promotes integrity, transparency, and accountability in the anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing community. It supports FIU cooperation to enhance their capabilities in fighting complex financial crimes such as corruption. The Egmont Group primarily focuses on three core activities. First is by producing typology reports, red flags, and indicators to increase collective knowledge and expertise amongst its members. Secondly, it provides capacity building through its technical assistance and training working group and capacity building program called ECOFEL. It also facilitates operational cooperation amongst its members via the ECMUND Secure Web, a secure information exchange platform used by FIUs worldwide to exchange financial information and work on special operational cases. The ECMUND Group also collaborates with the private sector. They also cooperate with international organizations such as the FATF, Interpol, UNODC, and the GlobeE initiative. In 2023, the ECMUND Group of FIUs collectively received over 600 billion reports, which are used for analysis by all its members. Additionally, more than 24,000 international exchanges of information were conducted by the ECMUND Group Financial Intelligence Unit. And this was to support law enforcement agencies before judicial proceedings. On the international cooperation and information exchange front, corruption, like other crimes, transcends borders and makes it essential to combat it through effective and timely international cooperation. And FIU's exchange of information with other FIUs is a critical piece of the puzzle in this respect. In addition to their domestic contributions to combat money laundering and terrorism financing crimes and other predicate offenses such as corruption, they are often called upon to respond to other FIUs' requests for intelligence. We do not only limit ourselves to exchange of information, but play a role in asset recovery. And when it comes to asset recovery, speed is of the essence. Successful asset recovery requires the collective efforts of multiple competent public authorities, and in cross-border cases, the timely and comprehensive international exchange of information becomes indispensable. In this regard, financial intelligence units plays a crucial role in asset recovery due to their access to diverse information sources, enabling them to trace financial transactions swiftly and efficiently. The integration into the international network facilitates prompt and flexible cooperation. Additionally, FIUs possess the expertise to analyze financial flows and maintain strong relations with the private sector. Our legal powers and capabilities, more than 70% of the ECMUND member groups have legal powers to suspend, postpone suspicious transactions. These powers allow FIUs to suspend the execution of certain transactions for a certain period of time and enable or allows law enforcement to intervene in these transactions. This way, suspicious funds will be prevented from dissipation while law enforcement and law enforcement authorities conclude their investigations. Our suspension powers is a strong tool in the FIU instrumentarium to support their role in the asset recovery process, focusing on securing assets that can be related to criminal activity. This is specifically helpful in cases where urgent measures should be taken. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of recommendation 29 of the FATF recommendations, FIUs are required to be operationally independent and autonomous because they are crucial for effective financial intelligence collection and disclosure as mandated under the recommendation I just cited. These elements are fundamental to an effective AML-CFT framework. Comprised independence and autonomy can significantly impact efforts to combat money laundering, terrorism financing, and proceeds from corruption. Additionally, it can negatively affect the quality and scope of investigations related to money laundering, terrorism financing, and predicate offenses. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to highlight that the Egmont Group remains committed to advancing the development of resources and tools for FIU members to enhance their efforts in combating corruption. Our ongoing initiatives aims to support FIUs and other sister-like institutions with leading-edge material and training, ensuring that they are well equipped to address corruption effectively. I thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks so much for the Egmont Group. Now we will hear from the Independent Commission Against Corruption from Hong Kong. I'll give now the floor for ICAC. Okay, so we will move on then to the African Development Bank.
Thank you very much. As it's our first time to take the floor, we want to congratulate South Africa on assuming the G20 presidency and the maiden hosting of the G20 meetings here in Africa. And we also extend our appreciation for the invitation to the African Development Bank. The African Development Bank, Africa's premier development finance institution, is committed to strengthening economic governance, combating corruption, and promoting institutional integrity. Our strategy aligns with the G20's anti-corruption priorities and the themes that the South Africa presidency has underscored. The ADB also collaborates as relevant to the various global anti-corruption initiatives and events that have been shared during this session. We do this in terms of several strategies that we have, among them the strategy for economic governance in Africa. We also have two key action plans. So one is the anti-money laundering and illicit financial flows action plan for 2025 to 2026. And we are currently in the process of developing our anti-corruption action plan for 2025 to 2030. So our work contributes to these priorities in several areas, including strengthening public sector integrity, capacity building for oversight bodies, investigations, enforcement, and other stakeholders, beneficial ownership transparency, and in this regard, we are working with the United Kingdom as well as open ownership in terms of the Africa Beneficial Ownership Transparency Network. Other initiatives that we support include support for asset recovery initiatives and the setting up of appropriate whistleblower regimes in regional member countries. We also work to enhance demand-side governance through citizenship participation, engagement of the CSOs and the private sector. In sum, the African Development Bank remains committed to working alongside the G20 and the Anti-Corruption Working Group, regional and global partners to advance transparency, accountability, and sustainable governance reforms in Africa. And we look forward to continued interactions during the South African presidency and further on how we can strengthen synergies for impactful anti-corruption interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the presentations. Excellencies are now aware of the upcoming events. I'd like to just open up if there are any comments, questions on any of the announcements. I acknowledge France, followed by Canada, and Nigeria. In that order, thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all the speakers for the presentations. One comment I just want to make from the outset is that it looks like a very busy year for the anti-corruption multilateral world. I have one question for UNDP regarding the second global conference on corruption measurement. Sorry, you're standing behind me. You were talking about an outcome document. You were also talking about substantive priorities to be discussed, and I was wondering how the two connected. I was also wondering if the outcome document that you mentioned would be a negotiated document, or if we could possibly have any further information on the nature of that document. I also had one comment maybe regarding the statement by the OECD. It's quite important to my delegation that we keep on with the tradition of organizing a joint session between the working group on bribery and the G20 anti-corruption working group. We were very happy to host such a joint session last year in Paris with our chair, Brazil. And we would really hope for this such a joint session to happen again this year. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. UNDP and followed by OECD.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the distinguished delegates from France. Actually, I was planning to talk to you after this session. Yes, the agenda is being shaped. So we have a very preliminary version of concept note and agenda, and I have sent it to my UNODC colleagues, Stepi, who is also here, and then also IACA. So we will also discuss with OECD too. The idea is, what would be some of those, pressing priorities on measurement of corruption. Of course, our respective institutions and organizations are also leading on some aspects of measurement. So that's number one. Number two, the conference document, we are thinking about two options. It's not negotiated, a document. Either it could be a summary of proceedings so that it's more like a reference document, what was discussed and what materials were presented, and how we can summarize key points from there. Number two, we do have principles from Vienna. Can we take stock of those principles in terms of their impact, usefulness, action on the ground, with a few, good practices collected from different stakeholders, member states, international institutions, and civil society organization, and so on. So this will be more like a New York commentary on the Vienna principles. Thank you.
Thank you. Any response from OECD? On the possibility of a joint session?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. So, of course, we need to discuss the details, but no comment really.
Suppose we'll really give that a consideration. You want to comment?
Thank you. It was already in my final remarks, but I can anticipate now. Yeah. So, as also Brazil is part of the convention of the OECD in the Anti-Corruption Convention, it's also a priority for us that we have a joint session of the OECD. So, we still have some final adjustments to make on dates and venues, but that's one of our priorities to have it in Brasilia as well. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that. I acknowledge Canada.
Thank you, Chair. And given the co-chair's comments, I'll have to adjust the remarks I've actually written for myself on the fly. I'd like to thank all of the presenters in this session this afternoon, and do have a short comment on foreign bribery. There is a clear reason why foreign bribery has been on our agenda since the 2010 action plan. This is because one country's foreign bribery case is another's domestic corruption scandal. One should not, and indeed cannot, be divided from the other. It remains important that the G20 continue to emphasize the importance of combating foreign bribery. It would send the wrong kind of message not to. As part of this commitment, the ACWG has welcomed and should continue to welcome the continued valued participation of the OECD in the preparation of our work and in our deliberations. And I'm pleased to hear co-chair Brazil's commitment to organize a joint meeting during the session in Brazil later this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. We really appreciate that comment. And then Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Co-Chair and all the presenters. This is a very wonderful presentation. I just have two quick questions. One for Matt, which happened to be my friend, but we have not met since we came. I think for Matt, I just want to ask, what is actually the basic difference between Sustainable Development Goal and Financing for Development Goals? Do they feed into each other, or does it actually, Financing for Development is a kind of an offshoot from Sustainable Development Goals? And how sustainable do you think the Financing for Development will actually feed into Sustainable Development Goals, which is the main objectives that all developing nations wish to attain? And the second question is for UNDP. Okay. We have a problem. There's always been critique with measuring corruption. And basically, if you look at research after research, document after document, and scholars after scholars, the difficulty has always been, what actually are you measuring? And it has to be with what we call the ontological and epistemological differences. In other words, are you actually measuring corruption? We know we have the differences in terms of what Transparency International, for instance, has been doing, which is perception, which perception happens not to be reality at all. But then, are you actually, this process that you are driving, is it actually measuring corruption in terms of the method, tools, the anti-corruption tools that are going to be used by individual countries, how effective they are? For instance, transparency, accountability, those results. Or are you actually measuring corruption in terms of the impact? And if we are talking of impact, are you talking of, for instance, public sector, private sector, or even the nature and characteristics of corruption? For instance, bribery, nepotism, which happen to be differences in various countries. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria. Matt, do you have any response?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. So the Sustainable Development Goals and the financing for development are closely related. It's both being negotiated by the full UN membership. So, the SDG sets 17 goals adopted by the UN in 2015 as part of the 2030 agenda, and the 17 goals addressing different issues. And the Financing for Development agenda is a broader framework focusing on how to mobilize the resources to actually implement the 2030 agenda. So it covers various sources of funding, private investments, official development assistance, debt issues, global governance systems, and domestic resource mobilization, and that's an issue where anti-corruption is related to all of them. So that's the connection.
Thank you for the
UNDP.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The distinguished delegates of Nigeria. I also had a pleasure of discussing with a couple of delegates here, including the distinguished delegates from Russia, at least on two of our UNDP's initiative, which I am leading. So there is one initiative which tries to aim to measure integrity in public procurement, not impact, not effectiveness. We are not saying that there is a lot of corruption. We are not even saying that these are corruption risks. We are saying these are integrity risks, like single bidding, contract renegotiation, openness of the process, how many companies from tax haven are getting the contracts, things like that, or the contract types, whether it's a discretionary type of contract or other type of contract. So yeah, number one. Number two, the data and indicators on indicators for measuring experiences of businesses with bribery, they are experience-based data. The World Enterprise Survey collects data for SDG 16.5.2 indicators, and we are also working with IMD Center based in Switzerland to survey some CEOs from different businesses in many countries to get experience-based data, not perception-based data. Thank you.
Thank you, Anga. Next, I give the floor to Russia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank very much all the speakers for their presentations. We indeed are going to have a very busy international anti-corruption agenda, which is, I think, great. We would like to make a suggestion for you, Mr. Chair, and your co-chair. I remember the negotiations of the current action plan, where we actually inserted a suggestion to raise awareness about the activities of this working group. And perhaps we can use somehow the possibility to do so in the upcoming COSP. For instance, I understand there will be pre-COSP events, for instance, on civil society, for civil society and the youth, and we are going to have a compendium basically on that topic. Another priority is asset recovery, and I remember that there is a whole day of side events focused on asset recovery, and this will also be an opportunity for this group to raise awareness about what we're doing here, because I think it's important and it's nice to tell the expert community what we're doing here, and I think there can be any better opportunity than the upcoming COSP session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that useful suggestion. I'm sure the excellencies and delegates would really agree with that. We are really going to interact and make sure that we utilize that opportunity, starting, of course, with the COSP that's coming, on the kind of program that we can sort of engage on to raise awareness, our topics and so on. So we would probably come back with some suggestion on how is it that we firstly utilize the COSP that's coming and the kind of awareness program, probably throughout the year that we chair, and then obviously take it from there. Thank you very much. That's very useful. Thanks. Okay. No. Australia. All right. My co-chair informs me Ireland, and then followed by
Thank you, Chair.
Australia.
I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
By way of comment, really, rather than question, firstly, might I just commend you, Chair, on the depth of presentations this week generally. The shared experience and expertise has been really so welcome, and the level of insight so very beneficial. So I thank both co-chairs for that. Obviously, this is further evidenced by the updates provided this afternoon, and I have to say, as a first-time attendee at the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group, and to have been privileged to be invited as a guest, it is wonderful to hear about initiatives which we previously would not have been privy to. And again, they really give us insight that we wouldn't have had, and I think that really evidences the benefit to us in having been invited, so I thank you for that. Into that category, I think, and all of the updates today were very beneficial, so, but just to pull one out, I think the financing for development agenda was particularly interesting for us, and there'll be a number of key takeaways for us from that, and I might catch up with colleagues afterwards in relation to further questions, because I know nobody here wants to be kept for a long period of time today. I agree with my colleague from France. The anti-corruption agenda is looking very busy this year, and I think that was evident this afternoon. And the reminder to get moving in relation to the necessary work for COSP 11 was well received, and I think December is really going to sneak up on all of us a lot faster than we might anticipate. and it was great to get some insight into the proposed resolution so that we can commence preparations on those. And as colleagues from Russia outlined, it provides a really good opportunity to highlight some of the priorities of this presidency in terms of awareness of the working group. So I would certainly commend that suggestion. And of course, with all of the new information on offer, it's always somewhat comforting to catch up with familiar friends. As Ireland's head of delegation for the OECD Working Group, I can echo the comments from colleagues and very much support the annual joint meeting, and I've heard the comments from the co-chairs in relation to that, and look forward to looking at that agenda as it develops later into the year and into June. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, which is kindly noted. Who do we go to? Australia and then Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. And echoing Ireland's comments and those of others around the room, to say thank you for these presentations and the update on the busy agenda ahead, which I will report back to my anti-corruption experts in Canberra. Mine is just a short comment relating to the OECD's presentation and in support of comments made by my Canadian colleague. Australia strongly supports the Anti-Corruption Working Group to take further action to address the corrosive impact of foreign bribery on our communities and our economies, and continues to welcome the prioritisation of foreign bribery under the Anti-Corruption Working Group's 2025 to 27 action plan. And accordingly, Australia strongly supports a joint meeting between the Anti-Corruption Working Group and the OECD's Anti-Bribery Working Group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those comments, which are, of course, noted. Was the Netherlands?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We see great value in the complementarity and exchange with other forums and instruments such as the OECD Working Group on Bribery and UNCEC to reinforce our collective efforts to prevent and counter corruption. And it is important indeed to be able to take advantage of the expertise and knowledge in these various work streams, especially since this seems to be, and become even more so, a very challenging year for the fight against corruption. And what we do not want is any backpedaling and damage the acquis. We want to advance, and I'm sure under your excellent presidency and with your co-chair by your side, we will succeed in doing that. We agree with the remarks made by France and Brazil about organizing a joint session of the OECD Working Group on Bribery and the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group. And we would like to underline the crucial and unbreakable linkages between countering foreign bribery and combating corruption, as was put forward by Canada as well. As great philosophers have said, everything is connected, and I'm sure we're all aware of that, and we need to keep that in mind in this line of business. I have one, well, perhaps it's a question, perhaps it's a remark to UNDP. I always feel that the Corruption Perception Index of Transparency International is extremely valuable, and I can disclose here in my circles every year we look shivering at what is going to come out of this year's report. But perception is one thing. Of course, measuring corruption is yet another issue, measuring corruption among businesses. And perhaps our UNDP colleague could say a few words more He already responded to several questions, but a few words more about the greatest challenges in using data. How do we tackle that? How do we acquire it? How do we handle it? What can we do? What should we do? Sort of a half-hearted question, but perhaps I could get a response to it. And let me, Mr. Chair, take the opportunity to once again thank you for these extremely interesting 3 days and the way you sort of wrapped this package in a beautiful way as well by everything that happened on the site.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Netherlands. Of course, there's an overwhelming call for the joint session, which of course my co-chair has indicated that we're really looking at that. Yeah, let me give the opportunity to UNDP if you have any comment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems like the measurement of corruption is the most popular but also most challenging topic to address. But to the distinguished delegates from the Netherlands, this is the very reason why we keep the momentum going. So there are these 3 big issues here. One, all methodologies do have limitations. And it all depends on why are we measuring, what are we measuring, and how are we measuring. But still we have lack of actionable data. What I mean by actionable data is that either we need data based on experience or some kind of even administrative data, they are very rich, or data on some responses or pointing to the gaps and challenges. Of course, I'm also a great fan of perception indices too. But the main purpose of perception indices is that could be very useful for advocacy, again looking into the policy gaps or the challenges, the capacity gaps, the risk, whether integrity risk or other type of risk. It may be difficult to capture that when we have mega data by putting together all countries in one econometric analysis running those models. So if the data are coming from different sources, it's difficult to compare, or are we trying to compare banana with apples type of exercise. So yeah, the reliability data, the actionable data, the perception, not perception, but experience-based data are more helpful in terms of informing policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Anga, for that response. Thank you. Let me see. Are there any other comments, observations? UK?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be really brief because actually all the questions that I had and comments everyone has already said and said really eloquently. So mainly it was to say thank you because I agree this has been a really interesting dialogue and discussion both throughout the whole 3 days, but actually this session here seeing the volume, which is a little scary, but also the breadth of activity that's happening this year, but also the fact that all of these different organizations, conferences, pieces of work are collaborating and speaking with each other and thinking about how to do this in the most effective way is heartening, and for me certainly a little bit of a relief. So I wanted to say thank you for that and thank you for the reassurance. I absolutely concur with the comments around actually bribery in all its forms and its impact. This is an economic forum, and so thinking about the impact on all of our economies and our businesses, but also on the really practical levels of the impact of corruption on things like how capacity building and technical assistance monies can be best used, and designing out the waste within that is, I think, really important. So I'm really glad we're talking about measurement, and I agree with whoever it was that just mentioned the CPI, I think it's very valuable, but it is about perceptions. And as we talked about on day one, perceptions don't always align with reality of the experiences of our businesses and our individuals in our country. So great to hear that there is more work going on there, and we're really supportive and happy to talk to you about that. And so I will stop there, but I really wanted to just echo what everyone else has said and say thank you very much for what has been actually a really thought-provoking and rewarding few days, but also with a really interesting, diverse range of speakers. So we look forward to working with you in the coming weeks and years.
Thank you, UK. Are there any other hands? Okay, there's no other hands. From me as the chair and obviously on behalf of the co-chair, we appreciate all those kind words of support and the comments that have been made. We've really noted them, and at our best effort, we'll have to, integrate what has been commented on from various comments that have been made, and that would sort of be reflected one way or another in our program for this year. Thank you so much for those comments. We had planned, in fact, according to the agenda, there was supposed to be a coffee break. But if you allow, we could actually proceed to closure and then take coffee afterwards. I think it would be efficient in that way, and then we could probably have an early completion of the proceedings. Before we do both the closing remarks, there's an announcement around a link that has been sent to complete. It's been sent on the email. That link is to be completed, and then it will assist us with the security arrangements, right? Okay, for your departure, yes. So please look it up, and then it will really assist us to really ensure that as you depart securely. Right. And then the other one, it's as you go out towards lunch or coffee, you'd see that there are ladies there who are advertising their merchants there. They've really been given the opportunity to showcase their products during this session. They would really appreciate any support that they may have, that they may get from the delegates. It's the small enterprises that we want to lend support in the country. We really would appreciate if there's any support that they can get. Now, those two behind me, it gives me a pleasure at this stage. Really, as we now come to the close of this first working group of the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group, I would like to firstly express South Africa's deep appreciation to all delegates for what was a very engaging first G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group meeting. Under the South African presidency, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to all delegates, panel members, as well as all institutions
and anti-corruption agencies who participated in various sessions, thus providing us with valuable insights that will assist us in our deliverables during the SA presidency. The meeting, as we all are aware, was opened by the Minister of Public Service and Administration, who reminded us that corruption is not just an economic crime, but the worst betrayal of the trust that the people place in us. And it must be uprooted at every level. The Minister viewed the first working group meeting as a testament to that commitment and a call to action for all G20 nations to reinforce the efforts in building transparent, accountable, and resilient governance systems. Finally, the Minister made a clarion call for this working group to promote the advancement of collective collaboration, strengthen institutional frameworks, as well as enforce global instruments to prevent corrupt practices and uphold the rule of law. We truly appreciate the support and words of encouragement of the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development and at the reception of the Premier of this province that we hosted the meeting in the Western Cape Province. Excellencies, we have discussed and received valuable insights on how social norms and behavior change interventions can be deployed for a truly holistic embedding of anti-corruption measures. This is an area that the South African presidency will sincerely explore and give practical meaning to. The draft questionnaire for a compendium of good practices in promoting a transparent, ethical, and accountable public sector was introduced by the presidency, and we have noted your valuable comments and input. In particular, the presidency noted the calls for the streamlining and simplification of the questions, as well as the inclusion of country case studies of best practice, amongst others. As discussed, we will make editorial changes on the document and release revised draft. Equally, we acknowledge the general support for the draft high-level principles on the management of seized and confiscated assets expressed by member states. We also acknowledge the concerns raised by some members on the document being overly prescriptive. We have listened very carefully to the suggestions provided, and we will accordingly address these to provide more flexibility in the high-level principles, taking into account national sovereignty, unique legal systems, and adhering to treaty obligations. On our discussions involving the enhancement of whistleblower protection, we have taken note of the constructive suggestions and recommendations, including having modern and progressive victim-centered whistleblower protection measures, enhanced laws and institutions to enhance protection and enforcement and prevent coercion and threats. We've also the independent oversight of whistleblowing mechanisms, financial relief for victims, the use of technology in the reporting mechanisms. Following the introduction of the questionnaire for a compendium of good practice on the role of multi-stakeholders in preventing and combating corruption, the meeting recalled the central role of civil society, academia, private sector in all our efforts to combat corruption, to promote accountability and transparency. Any further written comments on strengthening the questionnaire would really be welcomed. We encourage delegates to submit their written inputs in a timely manner. Deadlines for submission will be communicated accordingly following this meeting. I now would like to invite my friend, co-chair, to give his final reflections, after which we'll open the floor for delegates, really, who may wish to deliver any comments on the summary we have made.
Thank you so much, Andy. I will try to be brief here, but well, I think we are off to a great start. I think it was great 3 days of meetings. I think it will be a very good way to start this year. So I would like first to thank all the delegations here for the support displayed for the South African presidency priorities. As the former president, we know that this support is key, that we reach out to the end of the year with successful deliverables. So thank you so much for all the efforts of the delegations. Once again, I have to say on behalf of Brazil, and also on a personal note, that we were really pleased to be invited for the South African presidency to co-chair this year. And I would like to express my gratitude for the staff of the South Africa delegation for such a good work organizing the event and supporting our work. As I was saying to one of your colleagues, you made these 3 days very easily for me because you made such a good work providing all the information and this organization. So thank you so much for that, and congratulations for all the team of the South African delegation. And as co-chairs, one of our duties is to host the next meeting, okay? So in the coming days, we will have a final decision on the dates, because as you all heard briefly before, that we have a very busy schedule for this year. And specifically the dates that we were thinking at first, they are overlapping with the dates of the meeting of the WGB at the OECD. And we want to try to avoid any overlaps that makes our work a little bit more problematic, because we know that several of us have to divide among those organizations. So in the coming days, we will provide a date that hopefully does not overlap with other important meetings. As we can imagine, it's going to be a busy agenda in Brazil, because we will start doing all the drafted things. Although it was really very important to hear the first impressions and to receive the written comments, we'll make sure that they are going to be displayed in the next drafts that will be circulated, and we will go starting the negotiations on the documents in our next round of meetings. We will also will be hosting a side event under the priorities of the South African presidency, so we will hope that it's going to be a very fruitful round of meetings, and hopefully we can also have some time to also once again enjoy a bit of the Brazilian culture and the Brazilian cuisine in our sightseeings. Even though South Africa raised the bar very high during this meeting, we will do our best. I think that's it. I'm looking forward for our next steps, and really hopeful that we will have a great year with very important and impactful deliverables by the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcelo. So, Excellencies, as we close, once more, we most appreciate the support we have received for our presidency from the G20 member states, invited countries, knowledge partners, that is UNODC, OECD, and UNDP, as well as other international organizations. I wish to especially thank my co-chair and the government of Brazil for the tremendous support and partnership in this South African presidency. I would be remiss in not thanking the Secretariat, composed of various departments and entities, as well as the substance and logistics teams, for their hard work and commitment in pulling all this event together, and really what
seems to have been a successful meeting. Yeah. Thank you. So as we close, I wish you a safe journey to your various destinations. I know that there are those who may have taken a day or two more. Please enjoy the beauty and the hospitality that our country and the Western Cape has to offer. Thank you very much. Meeting is closed. Thank you.
HOU? Sorry, sir. Over here. Delegates, on your screens there is a QR code. If you guys would like to access the images from the 3 days that we've had, you guys can click the link and then get access to all the images. Thank you.